right. The song's not over, but there's like 3 minutes left in it, so I am starting. I have arrived. Hello, Aerith, Death's Head, Magistrate Ironlung, Norman, Megocam, Mr. Strangely. Look at what a wonderful turnout. That is awesome. Thank you for the cheers, Norman and Death's Head. Really appreciate that. Also, cute little chill girl. Is that a new emoji you got? Alrighty, Roo. Okie dokie, just talking about the music. Yeah, it's just the Heartbound soundtrack. I just try to find wherever I left off in the soundtrack last time I streamed and then pick the next chunk of songs. Also, that that one song that was like a video game, like the sound of the character getting hit. Uh-oh. Sorry. The sound of the character getting hit sounds so much like Bo. Bo makes a little sound, but the sound just sounded enough like that I kept looking at him. Oh, it was a weird experience. I didn't like it. Yes, welcome everybody to a very special stream. A Halloween contest stream. So if you don't know, here's how it works. We had a Halloween contest on my server. Way back in like August, I posted the rules and the word bank to it, and everybody wrote 2,500 word stories to 3,500 word stories for said contest and posted them to the Discord. And then between the word bank, the challenges, and the votes that anybody who reviewed all the stories was allowed to participate in the voting. So words, challenges, and votes all together decided who would win the contest. So I have a couple things to talk about first. First thing is an unrelated fun thing. So I have gotten multiple Halloween presents. I ordered some things for myself, and they all came either on Halloween or around it. And this one just came this morning, and I think you're really gonna like it. I have not opened it at all. Well, yes. I'll turn it to the camera. Okay. Oh, yeah. Is it upside down? Yeah, it's upside down. Alright, let's see how fast I can... Oh, good. It's not hard. Oh, yeah. This is good. Good stuff. So, it is The Fall of Arthur as translated by J.R.R. Tolkien. If anybody was here for the Carmilla stream, and like, you know that, it's all in like, there's like poetry and stuff too. If anyone's here for the Carmilla stream, you know that while I think and hope I am wise to the wiles of the businessmen, I'm not wise to the wiles of limited edition. That is the one business gimmick that often gets me, is when something is limited edition. And it's not completely unfounded, because there are things that I've gotten that are limited edition that I've never seen again, or things that I haven't gotten, and then later they're hundreds or thousands of dollars and I can't buy them anymore. So yeah, this one, like the Easton Press is where I got it, and they were like, we're running out of this. Do you want it? And I was like, I do though. I do want that. I actually have wanted to get the actual, like, the Morte Arthur, Thomas Mallory, to read on the stream, but I think this would be so cool. I don't think I can read this on the stream, but maybe we could do like a book club with this alongside like me actually reading Thomas Mallory's version, and we can see like the differences and stuff like that. But yeah, so really, really cool, really fun. Very excited about that. Love the cover as well. Kaylie's crack limited edition books. Yeah, I mean, limited edition books especially, but kind of limited edition anything. Okay, good. My RPG books, very fair. All the D&D, all the Starfinder, all the things. Also, yes, I did see you. You were saying it wasn't loud enough, and then I was like, let me just turn it up for them. Me too, Coolish. Me too. All right, so I do have some housekeeping things to talk about before we begin, and I will warn you. Oh, here's the cat. I will warn you. I am going to harsh the vibe a little bit with this, but if I do a good job, I will get the vibe back. I just felt like these things were important to discuss first. So yeah, so I have it written down, so I'm just going to, or at least I have some notes written down. Some of it's written down, some of it's notes to myself. Oh yes, okay, so I need to pull something up before I begin. Okay. Yeah, so before I begin, I want to talk about something. So in a couple of private places, people were talking about how they thought that the word bank would be the determiner of the winner, not a vote. And let me just show you the rules here. That was perfect. I didn't even see where I went. Yeah, so if you don't know, if you hover over a pumpkin, he'll throw candy. But anyways, so where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. So I say in the rules, you will have a word bank and a list of challenges. Every word and challenge you use will be worth at least a point. And then I did say here about the voting thing as well, but most importantly, I say right here, the vote points plus the word and challenge points will be tallied to decide the winner. Now, I made 3 mistakes. One mistake is, I don't know why I didn't format that line. That line should be bolded like the ones around it, or italicized, or bigger, or all 3. I don't know why I didn't do that. My best guess for why I didn't is I thought it was explained. I thought it was explained by the above stuff. I was like, yes, you have a word bank. Yes, you have votes. And so together, like, it's logical. Those things go together to make the winner. But yeah, I absolutely should have formatted that in a special way so it stood out. Another thing that I could have and potentially should have done is I could have said that the votes would be worth more points. I kind of actually thought that would be a bit self-explanatory as well, because if the votes aren't worth more, they don't have any bearing at all. And so if I want them to have any sway on who wins at all, and don't get me wrong, they both have sway, but if I want the votes to count at all, they need to be worth more points. And then also, that also goes for the ranking. Like, if first place is worth the same as 5th place, well, there's not a lot of worth in having people vote and rank things that way. And so I kind of have to do that. And I will note, I did the bare minimum. So first was worth 5 points, second, 4 points, third, 3, fourth, 2, and fifth, 1. And then the rest of the places didn't get any points for the votes. And then the other thing, which I said last stream that I should have done, is I should have made it so you can only be eligible to win if you read and review all the stories. It was a lot of work, and I knew it was going to be. I didn't know how much it was going to be, but I didn't want to force that on everybody, and so I was like, "Oh, it'll be fine. Like, just enough people need to do all their reviews." And I didn't realize how difficult it would be, how many people I would need, and stuff like that. And so I do want to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you to everybody who did that. Like, Please give yourselves a round of applause. That was so helpful. I deeply appreciate everybody who did that, and I love how the community just came around the stories and did that. That was so awesome. I deeply appreciate that. But yeah, so next time probably would make it so if I do a contest like this, I would probably make it so you have to read and review all of them to be eligible. But stuff for the future. However, I did clearly state here in the rules that it would be the vote points plus the word points plus the challenge points that would be tallied to decide the winner. So the reason that the words were so discussed is because they're what you have to think about while you're writing. You're not going to be thinking about some future vote while you're writing. You don't have any sway on that while you're writing, but the words do matter, and you have to really keep them in your mind to write them down. And the reason that I asked you guys to color them in, so there was one night where I read and reviewed 2 stories. It took me 4 hours. And that was the second time I had read both stories, so it technically took more than 4 hours to read and review just 2 stories. And so I did not want to spend another 10 hours or 10 plus hours meticulously combing through the stories and rereading them looking for the words. And granted, I can't believe I didn't think of the search function, and so sure, I could have done that. But even me going to every story and using the search function on every word is more work for me than it is work for you guys to just color in the words that you used. And so me asking you guys to do that wasn't me trying to make things unnecessarily difficult for you or just provide more work, nor was it me trying to give the words more weight than they're due. They have weight. They matter. I needed to find them. So I asked you guys to help me find them. And so that's why there was that emphasis on the words. If it wasn't clear, the purpose of the words was threefold. One, they're meant to be a challenge. So you have the challenges, but you also have the words themselves as kind of their own challenge, especially if you want to use them all, and especially if you want to use them all well. So getting them in there and having them not stick out or feel weird is its own challenge. The next thing is that they were meant to force you to write things Halloween-y, because I could very much see people just being like, here's a random springtime story. And I'd be like, well, that's not very festive, is it? So I really wanted to force people to write Halloween-y festive stories. And so that's why I did that. And then the other thing is, they are a factor in deciding who the winner is. And you are going to see in a second just how much they did factor. But they were never advertised as the only factor. I did quite clearly state in the rules there would be a vote, and that would be part of what determines the winner. So when I see people, do other people have the spinning wheel of doom? Should I pause? I am glad that it's funny. I got no lag. That's good. Okay, I'll keep going then. Okay, so when I see people saying that they thought that the words would be the only determiner, it gives me pause. Maybe you all read through the rules very thoroughly, you just forgot. And it's very understandable, especially since A, the line is really small and it's not formatted. B, it was months ago, it was like August, and so it's understandable to forget things since then. And also, yeah, the words really were discussed a lot. That's also very fair. However, that paired with another thing kind of makes me a little bit nervous that people just skimmed or otherwise didn't read the rules. The other thing is that, and I'll go click on it. Here in the word bank, I said with the challenges, tell us how you intended to do that and put it in the notes. I said that 4 times. And so, like I said, I do get that it was months ago, and I also get, like, you're just posting and it might be easy to forget something like that as you post. but especially since I did say it 4 times, I would hope that could be something that people could remember. And so when I sent that reminder of like, hey, put your challenges if you haven't, I honestly thought at worst 2 people would need the reminder. But really honestly, I thought nobody would need it because it was clear. And then to see just a little bit less than half the participants need that reminder was very disheartening to me. I understand that the rules are long and you might find them boring. I also understand I posted them months ago, but rules for a writing contest you're participating in aren't a terms and conditions that for you to just hit accept without reading. They have bearing on how to participate and who wins. Also, albeit late, I did make a video to make the rules a little bit more digestible. If reading them on the screen is too boring. So I have done this a few times where I say, once you've read through the rules, please accept this rule. And I don't know if folks understand why I do that. And I feel like this is a good opportunity to explain why I do that. It is my best attempt to make sure that people have read the rules before they post. And of course, even this isn't foolproof, especially because like when you have new people coming in, it tends to be that now people know how to post. And so when they're like, why can't I post? People are like, oh, just accept this rule, not go read the rules, which is totally understandable, especially if you don't understand the purpose of that. So, like, I get it being much easier to tell people to just accept the rule than it is to tell them to go read the rules. But that does mean that they kind of bypass the purpose of it. I'm trying to think of ways that I could make it a little bit more foolproof. The only thing I can really think about is that the only thing, why did I lose my train of thought? Let me go back down here. Oh yeah, the only thing I can think of that might be a bit less foolproof is to, at the end, say, DM me, and I will quiz you. And so then, like, it would be an open book quiz. You could go look at the rules and just copy it down. That's kind of the point, is that you just need to look at the rules and know what they are. And so I don't love that idea because it's more work for me if I have to do it manually and quiz everybody. But it would be a little bit more foolproof on making sure people actually read the rules. They would at least have read through the answers to the questions. And then, as you'll note here, I do say that this is my first time hosting something of this format, and I may need to tweak things if I run into unexpected hiccups. I did not tweak the point system from how I originally planned it, but even if I had, I did warn you I might have to do something like that because I'm just figuring things out. And like I said last week, this was also me asking for grace if there were hiccups. I've learned a lot from this contest, and I will do my best to do a better job of making things clear next time. But I also ask that you guys do your best to thoroughly digest the rules and resources I have provided, double check them, and or ask questions before saying I was unclear. I gave a lot of second chances this time, but I am warning you now that if I host another contest like this, I'm not planning on giving second chances like this again. Now let me reiterate, I understand that maybe people just forgot since I posted the rules so long ago, and not everybody had these problems. And even the people who did have these problems did not mean any harm. And I also understand that there are things I could have done better myself. And like I said, I will try to do my best to amend the things that I did wrong in the next one. But I also felt like this is important to address, especially for future contests, as well as like writing group posts where I have this, so that you have a better understanding of why I have that in there. Hello, Mark Errol. Sorry you're coming in on a little more somber note. Let's see. Oh yeah, so another thing that I wanted to say is, I mentioned last week that I was frustrated, but I think only now did I quantify it. I've been working my butt off for this contest, I worked hard at making those rules clear at the beginning. I've been organizing it, participating in it, tabulating things, getting everything ready for the stream, trying to make it the best it can be with the tools I have. Like I said, I spent 4+ hours on 2 stories. If that timing is correct, it means I spent 20+ hours reading and reviewing the stories. And that's just reading and reviewing the stories. That's not counting any of the other work I did for the contest. Pretty much all my free time has been spent on this contest the last 2 weeks. And while there are a lot of things I enjoyed about it, and I'd say on the whole that it was a fun event, it was also a lot of work. And it feels like instead of people saying, wow, I loved this, I had so much fun, thank you so much for organizing it and working so hard on it, all I'm really getting in response is, this was a learning experience, and here's what we're gonna do next time, and I thought it was gonna be like this, and I wish it was like this. And all the things that I should have done better, even from people who didn't actually participate in the contest. And I know I am sensitive. And no one means any harm, and people aren't being mean or harsh or anything like that. They are just expressing their confusions and trying to help me make it better for next time. But the more that I'm getting these comments and not getting any positive comments, the more that's weighing heavy on me and making me feel like, well, if nobody had any fun and all they have at the end are complaints on how I could have done it better, were those 20+ hours of work worth it? So selfishly, I'm just going to say now, if you did enjoy the contest, I would very much appreciate hearing that. And hearing the parts that worked well for you, even though, yes, there absolutely were hiccups and things that I can and will improve for next time. Let's see here. I'm trying to think where I want to go next. I think I'm going to go to this thing next. So I want to explain a little bit about how I tabulated the winners before I tell you who the winners are, because there was that talk of like the word bank and stuff like that. Go back over here. So I had this gut way that I wanted to do the points that felt the most fair to me, and I started with that. But because everybody was talking about the words alone determining the winner, I decided I wanted to see what that would look like. So I tried a bunch of different ways of tabulating the winners. I think it was like 9 different calculation methods. Again, pretty much took any of my free time that I had this week to do all of that, all in the hopes of making it the most fair that I could. And I will note, aside from a couple ties, the winner and loser were always the same. The top 5 shifted around a bit, but tended to stay in the top 5, and the bottom 4 tended to stay in the bottom 4. So the lists ultimately were very similar, with few exceptions. Once I was done with all the different options, I collected the lists from all of them, and I tallied up who was in each place the most amount of times, so basically the average. For example, the person who was in 3rd place, they showed up in 3rd place 7 times across all the options. The person in 4th place was in 4th place 4 to 5 times across the board. I thought that might be the most fair way of deciding the winner, and guess what? Do you know what list, out of all the options, the average list was almost identical to? My original gut list. The only difference was my gut list had some ties, so all the average list had to do was break the ties. And I think I haven't noted who was tied, so I'll probably still say that. So if you want to know what was different about my gut list from the others, I can tell you. If you want to see the tabulation document, I can show it to you, but I felt the need to talk about that to make it clear. I worked hard to make this as fair as I could. And so I hope that you're satisfied with that. I hope that you understand that I'm really trying to make this as fair and as fun as I can with the tools that I have. All right, let's see. I see. Thank you, Norman. Norman says, notes is a bit ambiguous, but I assume the notes function on Google Docs. Gotcha. That is a fair thing to note that maybe I wasn't completely clear on. That I totally thought that would be clear that I meant author's note the same way that you have an author's note in the writing group. But that's fair enough. Did you put that in the notes of your Google Doc and I didn't see it? Thank you, Deathshead. Thanks for noting that. Oh, thank you, Aerith. I really appreciate that a lot. And thank you, Norman, as well. Well, I guess I'll read your comments for me to look back on. Aerith says, thank you, Kaylie, for all your hard work. Norman says, in short, yes, I enjoyed being part of this contest immensely, and your efforts were greatly appreciated. I really appreciate that. Eris says, I learned a lot, and that was fun in a lot of ways. I understand it was hard. I'm sorry to hear that, but it was a vital experience for me as a writer, growing from just writing flash fiction. That was a vital lesson for me. Thank you for giving me that experience. I appreciate it deeply. Thank you for all your hard work. Really appreciate that. Gotcha. I'm really sorry about that, Norman. Okay, hold on just a second then. Okay, so that would be... so it would be... Okay, good. Good. We're okay. All right. Lee says, contest was great. Whatever problems I had are all on me and me alone. I don't think I'm winning, but I didn't totally expect to. I'm just happy to have finally participated in one of these longer story contests after missing the ones back at Tale Foundry. Thank you very much. And this says, it was great reading and writing longer fiction with everyone. I hope we can do this again soon. Also, you've teased my spreadsheet brain with talk of numbers and figures. Very fair. I was thinking you might be asking for the document. I really appreciate that. Lauren says, I think subconsciously I wasn't overly concerned about the rules because I ultimately didn't care about winning or losing. I just wanted to share a story. Also, I spent a huge portion of the contest thinking I wouldn't have anything and only got in at the last minute thanks to your help. Aw, really glad that I was able to help you get in. Mark says, this is a really fun contest for me. Even if most of my story and some of my reviews were written with some good old last minute panic, I 100% could tell all the work that you put in and it's very much appreciated. Thank you guys so much. I really, this really means a lot to me to hear. So thank you. So one more thing, and it's a fun thing, don't worry. But one more thing before I actually announce the winners, which is that I had a little idea, and you know what? I should actually get the evidence of the idea. So hold on. Oh, keys. Didn't realize Bo was still in there. Flesh Horse Holiday Special, amazing. So I should put it on the actual camera. I'll just show them to you. So these are books that I've made of my Tale Foundry stories. This one was kind of like my prototype, my first attempt at it, and then this one has just the weekly one-offs. So none of my like Victor or Savion, none of that, just the one-offs. And so let's see. What's yeah, there's like the first one that I wrote. So yeah, it's all like formatted and you have my notes and everything like that. And that stuff in the middle is I won a contest, and so I screenshotted like the contest from the website and stuck it in there too. But yeah, so I have started making these each year for my grandparents that I give them. It's just like kind of a, here's the writing I did this year. Well, it tends to be 2 years ago, but you know, here's the writing I did. And it's a lot of fun, and then I can give it to like friends and stuff too. But here's the thing, because I know how to do this and it's really not that hard. You know what I can do, y'all? I can make a book for our Halloween contest stories. Probably not going to be as long, but yeah, well, actually, considering they're, I don't know how long it'll be, but the point is I can make one of these for the Halloween stories. I don't know when I could make it by, when it would be done by, but is that something that you guys would be interested in? Is that something that you guys would actually like want to buy? And I'll probably make a survey, if you guys are interested, I'll probably make a survey of like, I will buy it if it's under $5. I will buy it if it's under $10, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, so I was just thinking that could be a cool way to commemorate it. And also, you can have a final edit. Like, you can edit your stories again and make sure that they're the best they can be and they are ready to go in the book. But yeah, and then the other thing is that I'm gonna need art, at least for the cover, if not like for the actual stories themselves. And I can commission stuff, but if you guys are able and willing to make art, you, first of all, you like the idea, and second of all, you're willing and able to make art for the idea, for the book, then that would be much appreciated. And like, you can make art for other people's stories, for your own stories, like, well, as long as they're okay with it, you can make art for other people's stories, but all that stuff. So yeah, what do y'all think of that? Ghoulish said, I have a mighty need. Amazing. I don't know if, I think that was sent before I mentioned the Halloween contest. Death says, neat. Pal says, oh wow. Eric says, ooh, I'm interested. Norman says, well, damn, if you'd offered that 2 months ago, I would have wrote a better story. Death says, can we do revised versions? I'm already playing on some new scenes, and I'd like to take some of the critiques. Yep, I think I answered that right after you sent that, but yes. I can draw stick figures. Well, you can do that, and you can show it with the group, and everybody's like, I love Jeremy the stick figure, and then he can go in. Mr. Strangely, you can edit your stories. Oh, thank goodness. Would you guys want it to be like, you can edit your stories, but it still has to be in that 350 word limit? Or would you prefer it to be like, you can edit your stories and you can go over the limit and, you know, add more scenes and stuff like that? No, fair. Alrighty, Rue. So, I will say before I announce the winners that my plan for today is to read the top 3. As I was practicing last night, the top 3 is the most I got through. Now, if we have extra time, if we go through the top 3 and we're like, oh, actually, like, there's more time according to our usual, stream timeline, then we can read the 4th. But I will warn you, the top 3 are all I've practiced. So the 4th reading might be a little bit rougher. I don't know, Wolf was asking earlier how I want to do encores. I was considering doing something like do the top 3 and you can unlock the 4th as an encore. I don't know if I can commit to that because I don't know how long the top 3 are going to get and going to be. And it's a lot more risky to be like, yes, I will read another story. That will take me a whole another hour when I'm like really tired and need to go to dinner and stuff like that. So I think the cheers might be more of like, I love you if you do that thing today, where it's like, if you want to do that, I'm very grateful, and like that might compel me to read the 4th one a little bit more. But I cannot promise anything because it is all due to the timing. Yeah, but as I said, this is meant to be entirely funny. Considering how long we go on stories, a 10th the length of this, I have my doubts there will be enough time left over at the end. Yes, exactly. Yes, a great way to put it, Aerith. So instead of cheering for unlock, we cheer to feed kitties. Yes, indeed. For that, I'll show you a kitty. There's also another one underneath the table. Alright. Documancer! Yay! You're just in time! Cheer to give boop to the kitties. Well, I see a cheer from Death's Head, so I shall boop the kitty. Alright. I have to put a big cap if we do encores. Not sure exactly what you mean. Okay, so I'm gonna go from the bottom up like I do with prompts, and then I will reveal the page once I get to the top. Gotcha, okay. Oh, that's a good point! Each of the stories are longer than a full roster of writing group stories. Oh gosh. Okay, let's do this. So, in last place, we unfortunately have Mako Cam. I greatly enjoyed his story, but I think it's a lot to do with those dang words that ended up with him at the bottom. In 10th place, I'm gonna put numbers because I don't want to get the numbers wrong. I fumbled them while I was practicing. Okay. In 11th place, we have Lee Strangely. Another great one. So I'll say, the bottom 4, I'm pretty sure they're all in those places because of those words. Because they didn't use enough words. Because I can say that Lee did get quite a few votes, but not quite enough to bump him up. In 9th place, another good story that unfortunately didn't rank higher. We have Aerith Winterfell. Excuse me, I am 11th? Yes. In 11th we have Mako. I should have put the numbers up first so I wasn't saying in last. Sorry about that. In 8th place we have Spectre. Another story I really loved that I wish ranked higher, but those gosh darn words. Then in 7th place, we have Azo, and this marks kind of the, the word difference, because Azo did use a lot of the words, and I guess I'll say, it was the votes that hurt him there. If he got a lot of votes, even if he, didn't get that many votes, he assuredly would have ranked higher. Then in 6th place, we have Death's Head, specifically Damp, Dreary Death, our mystery tale. Then in 5th place, we have Norman Gray. And you are someone that the votes did really bounce you up. You are one of, as far as I remember correctly, you are one of the only people who everybody voted somewhere. People voted you differently, but everybody voted you somewhere. So they thank your people because they got you up there. Then in 4th place we have Marks. Marks is Great story. A lot of people very much enjoyed it. Then in third place, we're at our top 3 now. We have Death's Head once again with The Haunting of Castle Lovos. Great story. Very excited to read it today. And then in second place, we have Documancer, who I hope is here to hear that. But yes, another lovely story that will be a very fun read today. And then in first place, which you may be able to calculate, it is actually me. So round of applause for everybody. Thank you all for posting, for participating, all the things. So the reasons that I won are A, the words and the fact that I had so many plot relevant words, B, the challenges, and then C, I am the other person that everybody voted somewhere, that you guys put me in either first or third, and I was incredibly honored. Once I saw that I had won, I started tearing up. It made me very honored and happy. And I can talk about my gratefulness more in a second. But because I got in first, that means that because I put that "Don't Prize Me" on my story, all the prizes shift a rung down. So Documancer, you get 3. Death's Head for The Haunting of Castle Lovos, you get 2 plushies. Marks will get 1. Norman will get 1. And then Death's Head gets another one, right? So it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so Death's Head gets a third one, unless you're feeling generous and want to give your single one to Azo. You get a plushie! Yes, you do! Mr. Strangely, my story was cobbled together from a bunch of extended / unused material written way earlier. So yeah, challenges and word bank were almost completely ignored for me. No surprise, it bit me in the butt. Very fair. And the ands are the ties that were present in the gut ranking. So Norman and Death's Head tied, and Aerith and Lee tied in that ranking, but in the average ranking, this is where you were placed. Yay! Documancer is here! So yeah, Documancer, please tell me, what are your top 3 plushies? And I very much hope, I actually DM'd Documancer and was like, what plushies do you want? I collected the plushie lists from everybody who voted, but I didn't collect them from the people who didn't vote. And I was trying to pretend that, like I was sending this to everybody. And granted, if I did it earlier, I probably would have sent it to everybody who wasn't voting. I just forgot. And so then I was like, yes, plushie list, please. But I haven't heard back from her, so... And high stakes here because everybody else's top plushies don't conflict. I didn't check what Death's Head's third one is, but Death's Head's top 2, Marks's top 1, and Norman's top 1 all don't conflict. So it's all a question of, will Documancer's top 3 throw a wrench in that? Woot, that's amazing. Oh, whoa, boy. Amazing. I'm imagining you, like, turned into a tuba for a second. If this were an anime, that's probably what would happen. Oh, that's a cute one. Fish. That's great. Alrighty, Roo. So, yeah, today we're going to be reading my story, Documancer's story, Death's Head's The Haunting of Castle Lovos, and if we have time, then we will also read Marks's story. 1 sec, I need to remember which ones there were. My legs are so tired. I had to JoJo pose. I did send the list in when I DM'd you. Yeah, I did say what the available options were. But yeah, super fair. So yeah, there you go. I I hope you're happy enough. Also, please give some love to the folks lower on the list. So, as far as I understand it, the community is going to still be doing some backup readings tomorrow, like we do with our usual streams. But of course, the backups will be the Halloween contest stories. And so, make sure, especially as you are participating in that, make sure you give those stories some love. Because like I said, they're still good stories. It's mostly just the words. Alrighty. So, I think I might have forgotten to copy it on all of them, so I might have to check. But I copied the notes down for at least some of them, and so I can read through the notes and what people were intending at the end, and we can talk about that, and we can talk about it in a general sense. But what you guys can do is you can, if there is something you want to talk about in this story, something that trips you up, something you really liked, slam it into the chat, and then I will... I'm gonna just read the whole thing and not stop, but then at the end I will come back to the chat and we can talk about that. Also, can somebody, I should have prepped this, I plan to, can somebody grab the Google Docs for the stories and place them maybe just in the not so private chat, in the stream chat on the Discord, so that people can actually look at the documents and the comments on it alongside, in case they're like, I would like to comment on a comment. I would like to bring this up. But I think for the most part, I'm going to just talk at the end in like a general sense. I'm not going to go into the minutia like I often do with, thank you, Death Said. I'm not going to go into the minutia of everything like I usually do on normal streams. Just kind of talk about, here are some overall things, and on mine, of course, I'll ask questions and stuff. I see Documancer has sent me a message. Okay, it does conflict. Two of them do conflict, unfortunately, but the first one does not, which is great. Alrighty, Roo. Thank you very much for that, Documancer. Very much appreciate it. Okie dokie. Yeah. It's okay, Documancer. Hey, you are the winner, so you get the first choice of them. Well, I mean, I guess you're the second place winner, but also you won the first place prize. But yes. Alrighty, Rue. So yeah, anything specific that comes up, don't hold it in. Just post it in the chat, or at the end you can be like, you haven't talked about this thing. Please talk about this thing. All right, neat. Let us begin. Hallowed Things by Kaylie / I prefer the term antihero / me. 3,149 words. Florence walked along the sidewalk, leaves crunching beneath his feet. As he passed through the wrought iron gate, he tipped his hat to the spider weaving between the bars. Are you sure about this? A cat, trotting at his heels, asked. I thought black cats liked spooky places. Hey, I sleep in a warm bed, covered in pink pillows, with a little girl snuggling me. I am afraid of some ghosts. Well, try not to yowl in horror when my friend shows up. Oh no, there's an ad coming. I guess I will wait then. Thank you, Ghoulish, both for the pin and for the cheer. Appreciate it. Oh, did you snooze it? If you snooze it, it's gonna show up again in 5 minutes. So that's not necessarily better. Oh no. Oh crap. Is there any way to bring it back? Because I don't really want to start and then in 5 minutes completely break up the flow of the story. And so I kind of feel like I need to now wait 5 minutes. Let's see. It's okay, Kulish. You are only trying to help. You know what I'll do? I'm gonna go grab my other computer and go look at the plushie list. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Mako's activated a hype train. Okay, hold on.
Oh, Bubble. You gonna... Are you leaving? Are you leaving, Bubble? Okie dokie.
I didn't. So I'm on different Google accounts on the different computers, and the plushie lists are on the on my anti-hero account, not the archivist account. Okay. So we got I guess I could just say what the situation is. Okay, so Documancer has asked for the skeleton cat, the werewolf, and the rainbow ghost. So that doesn't conflict with Death's Head. So Death's Head wants the pumpkin and the spider pumpkin. And then Marx's top one was the werewolf. But second was bat. So Marx can get the bat. And then Norman, yes, this is Norman. Norman did want the rainbow ghost. Oh no! Oh no, Norman! Norman wanted the rainbow ghost. Second was spider pumpkin, then werewolf, then skeleton cat, then octopus. So I guess you're getting the octopus. Or wait a second. Death said gets 3. So what was your third? Death said. Okay, so okay. So Documancer has skeleton cat, rainbow ghost, and werewolf. And then Death's Head has pumpkin, spider pumpkin, bat. Then Marx has black and white ghost is 3. We could do that. Okay. So you'll get the black and white ghost, and then Norman, you will get the octopus. I am sorry that, or I guess this is good that we're doing this. I'm doing this in the ad part because I'm getting all mixed up. So, oh yay, another hype train. Thank you so much. So Death's Head actually gets, okay. Skeleton cat, rainbow ghost, and werewolf Documancer. Death's Head gets the pumpkin and spider pumpkin. Then Marx gets the bat. And then Death's Head gets, Norman. Norman gets the octopus. I think that's the next one down, right? Yeah. Octopus. And then Death's Head, I think, gets the black and white ghost, is the one that is left for the last place after that. Alrighty-roo. Glad we have that settled. Hey! Perfect! Another second level hype train? I saw one a couple weeks that surpassed level 12. Dang. Oh, interesting. Norman says, I think I picked at random. Desta says, I kind of picked at random too, with one exception. And luckily, your one exception was the one that Documancer wanted most, so you don't have to worry about it. Do you have any changes to your list? Because, you are free to change your list now. If you're like, actually, I changed my mind, I want a different one, you can let me know. People really loved your story, Documancer. You had kind of the middle amount of words. It wasn't super low, but it wasn't all the words like other people had. But those votes gave you the boost that you needed to get into second place. Did Bo leave? Oh.
I think he left, and I think Barley's sneezing.
All right. Aw, you're welcome, Documancer. Okay, Ad. Come here, Ad. Come here, Ad. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. I could also show you the plushies again if you need another look at them. You want to rejigger your list. It did say it was coming, right? Is it like, oh, there it is. I was like, is it behind the hype train? All right, now it's kitty time. Now it's kitty time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so cute.
Mako, I bought 2 of the surprise boxes. You were like, nope, I want the plushies, so whether I want them or not, it will be a mystery now. Well, you'll have to tell us which ones you get. And thank you for the cheer, Mako.
You'll have to tell us which ones. Kitty, kitty.
Is that a thumbs up one? Bella, you're so bright. We can't even see all the different shades of like tan and white in your fur because you're just glowing. Your little angel kitty. Yeah, she purring.
Quiet little purse.
No, and the biscuits.
Little biscuit, make them better. So precious, yes.
Bobo, come back. Come back so I can show you both. Whoa, so many things. Ad break, such strong support. Hype train completed level 2, 6%. Amazing. We've collected all of the level 1 emotes. You like that, Belle? You like the thought of the level 1 emotes? And then a hype chest is on the way. The hype trains unlock the hype chests, unlock the emojis. Tickle tongue.
Oh, tickle tongue. Yeah. Oh, yes.
I can't even see what you guys are saying. There's too much on the screen. But it looks like... Aww. It looks like you guys are back.
Oh, the bell. Are we finally ready to begin the story? I think so.
Okie dokie. Let us begin. I think it's smaller than it usually is. Alright. Let's try again. Hallowed Things by Kaylie / I prefer the term antihero / me. 3,149 words. Florence walked along the sidewalk, leaves crunching beneath his feet. As he passed through the wrought iron gate, he tipped his hat to the spider weaving between the bars.
Are you sure about this?
A cat, trotting at his heels, asked. I thought black cats liked spooky places.
Hey, I sleep in a warm bed covered in pink pillows with a little girl snuggling me. I am afraid of some ghosts.
Well, try not to yowl in horror when my friend shows up.
No promises.
Also, you're following a vampire. Aren't I scary?
In your dreams,
Kuro snorted. My dreams aren't so crass, Florence muttered. Since becoming a vampire, graveyards had started to feel cozier, like bedrooms. A fact that was unsettling in its comfort. It was as if his vampiric body could sense the coffins littering the area 6 feet below. He envied the skeletons sleeping soundly beneath his feet. No business unfinished, their memories simmering on the surface, the smell of flowers and new shoes to keep them company. At least, it felt peaceful as long as he avoided eye contact with his own grave. It was surprisingly quiet tonight. The ghost must have had other business to attend to, unfinished or otherwise. Various headstones and statues looked upon them or averted their eyes. Angels stood guard, virgins kept vigil, even a reaper leered down, holding its scythe close to its chest, looking like an old foe who held no sway.
Hey, look at this one,
Kuro pawed at an angel whose nose had fallen off.
You should draw fangs on it. Freak some priest out.
Florence rolled his eyes. His nose has already fallen off. Let's not make him suffer greater indignity. As they kept walking, Kuro, noting a large headstone depicting the proud living visage of the dead man beneath it, scoffed.
Man, this guy really thought he was something, didn't he? Not much now that...
Let's not make a habit of disrespecting the dead, Kitty.
You told Johnny last week that no one could love him if he was a worm, because he was already a worm, and no one loves him.
Yeah, well, Johnny's undead. Big difference. He walked up to a big headstone, more like a pedestal, with a bigger gargoyle atop it. Florence gestured to it. What do you think of that one?
The cat pondered it. Needs some googly eyes.
Personally, I rather like Fred's eyes.
Fred?
What did he say about my eyes? The gargoyle, Frederick, said in his low rumble, sounding like he thought he ought to be offended.
Ah, he's alive!
Kuro hissed, back arched, fur standing on end. Kuro, meet Fred. Fred, Kuro. Pleased to meet ya. The gargoyle crouched down and offered his huge stony hand. The cat trepidatiously held out his paw, which Fred shook gingerly between 2 fingers. Can we just get this over with already? A feminine voice said, sounding like she was far away, even though she was close by. A youthful, semi-transparent woman leaned on a simple grave that said Fiona Riella, her hair floating unnaturally, her legs in an amorphous swoosh. I thought this was your tradition, Fee. It is, it's just... She sighed. This time's different. With a sound of stone grinding on stone, the gargoyle stepped off his pedestal, landing beside them, looking bashful, and opened his hand to reveal a package. You're sure people won't spot me? They might, but it's Halloween. If anyone says they saw a gargoyle flying by, people will think it was some prop or costume or hallucination. Florence handed Fred a bag. Fred placed his package gently into it and slung the tiny sack onto his huge shoulders. We're heading to his place first, right? He asked, pointing at Frederick. Florence nodded. Are we ready? Fee sighed and nodded. Fred tried to hide his stony grin. All right, Kuro. The vampire picked the cat up and put him in the gargoyle's hands. You're riding with Fred. Kuro's ears folded back.
Why am I riding with Fred?
Because he's the only one who can carry you, Florence said, and his body promptly shrunk into that of a bat, flapping in the air. Don't worry, little kitty. Fred pet Kuro gently, noticing his distress. I'll take good care of you. Holding him carefully, Fred flapped his stony wings. After a bit of trying, he got off the ground. Fee fled fluidly into the air, and Florence followed. The city twinkled beneath them like stars, alive with parties and haunted houses and kids running around, tricking for treats. The cool autumn air brushed beneath Florence's wings, soothed Fred's aching limbs, and made Fee wish she could feel any of it. They headed to the densest part of the city, where the skyscrapers grew and office buildings crowded around shops and restaurants, traffic braiding between them. Fred guided them to the roof of a particular building. He slowly set Kuro down, who seemed sufficiently rattled. Florence landed safely beside the cat, poofing back into his humanoid form, adjusting his coat. He reached down to scratch between his ears, chuckling. Fred retrieved his package out of the backpack and looked at it sheepishly. "I didn't fly all this way for you to get cold feet. Get in there!" The ghost tried and failed to slap Fred on the back. "My feet are always cold," Fred muttered. "She means don't worry. And don't. She's going to love it." Florence patted Fred on the shoulder. With a little lock-picking, they managed to get into the building. The offices had met their drabness quota, black and white and gray all over, improperly dressed for the season. They had to sneak and search through a few floors of fluorescent lights before finding the right office. The nameplate read Cicely Grant. She was a woman who visited the graveyard regularly. The more Fred watched her, the more he heard her talk about her life and woes and memories to her father's grave, the more he found himself captivated by her. He didn't know where she lived, but she mentioned where she worked. Luckily, the business was proud enough that the name was plastered in neon at the top of the building. Fred ducked under the doorway, trying to make himself small as he shuffled into the office, replacing any papers he accidentally knocked off. Her office had a few Halloween decorations, which looked handmade. He toyed with a few positions for the gift. "It looks fine," Fee groaned. "Just put it somewhere." A voice called from down the hall. Yeah, I know. I just need to grab something." Florence hastily turned into a bat, flying above to see who, from Fred's rough description, looked to be Cicely in a zombie costume. He had to admit, she was beautiful, but not as beautiful as his wife. Ex-wife? Late wife? No, he was the late one. What do you call your wife when you're the one who's dead? Fee flew by the lights, making them flicker, and zipped down the elevator shaft. Cicely raised an eyebrow at the light bulb, but kept walking. Fred rushed to choose a placement for his gift, then looked around, failing to find a hiding space for himself. Trying to make himself look small wasn't working either. If he could have sweat, he would have been doing so profusely. Luckily, the walk was long enough that Fee was able to reach the breaker and make all the lights go out before Cicely reached her office. The blackout lasted just long enough for Fred to get out of the office and hide properly in the next one over. "What the hell?" Cicely's friend shrieked from the elevator. Florence watched from above as the lights came back on. Cicely, looking confused and shaken, marched faster to her office. As she grabbed her keys from the desk, she almost missed the package, but then froze, squinting at it. Fred's handwriting wasn't the neatest, but it clearly had her name on it. Brow furrowed, she picked up the pressed flowers on top, spinning one between her fingers, then opened the gift. It was a wood carving of a train. Fred had often heard her speak of the trains her father conducted, and had made it based on Florence's description. Cicely studied the craftsmanship and smiled, looking a bit in awe. "Where did you come from?" she whispered to herself. Just as she was about to open the letter, her friend called from the elevator, still sounding spooked herself. "Cicely, we'll be late!" "I'm coming." She placed her prizes in her purse and ran back to the elevator. "That was too close," Fee tisked. Fred, poking his head up, grinned from one pointed ear to the other. They found their way back to the roof. Kuro, who had been waiting for them, mused, "Hey, you know what I miss? The ground. Why don't we take a walk? This is the one night when people won't scream at your horrifying faces. Or if walking is too far, surely a cab driver wouldn't be too suspicious of a 7-foot-tall gargoyle hopping into his vehicle." "What's he saying?" Fred leaned over. Florence sighed. "No offense intended, I'm sure." He glared at Kuro. "He didn't enjoy flying. He wants to walk." "Oh, that's a great idea. I would love to see the city." Fred's jewel eyes sparkled. "I don't get to see anything from my graveyard." "Hey, you get to see us. Also various ghosts, mourners, and services. Not to mention Cicely," Florence pointed out. "Yeah, And we just visited the only thing on that list that isn't depressing. Besides, Fee's eyes fell to the ground as she rubbed her arm. I wouldn't mind putting off my turn a little longer, she murmured softly. Florence shrugged. Fair enough. We can walk if you want. With a minor flight to the sidewalk, the group proceeded to walk to their next destination. It was on the outskirts of the city, so the journey was lengthy, but they didn't mind. While Fee could come and go anywhere she pleased, no one could see her, the other two usually had to be more careful. They passed by costumed humans of all ages. In the bustling city, young adults walked into booming clubs in costumes that didn't cover much. Once they reached the quieter neighborhoods, older adults and children bounded along with baskets and bags full of candy. A dog growled at Kuro, and once he escaped, Kuro proceeded to regale the story.
Did you see that, Florence? That dangerous wolf almost killed me!
Kuro cried melodramatically as he hopped onto the vampire's shoulders. I didn't. Was it behind the chihuahua?
You belittle my plight.
I don't deny it was vicious, but it definitely wasn't a wolf.
However far down the tree, it's still a descendant.
Once they arrived, Florence was proud to see his old house properly decorated with lights and spiderwebs, carved pumpkins on the steps, and candles flickering in the windows, illuminating the stickers on the glass. One pumpkin had a cute face on it. The other depicted a much creepier image. Florence sighed. Daphne really was too lenient with her. Florence pulled his gift out of the bag he'd brought, and, knowing the spare key was under the stone frog in the garden, entered the house. He requested that all but Kuro stay out of this, despite Fee's protests that no one could see or hear her anyways. Kuro bounded up the steps first, sitting just inside the threshold. Florence stopped in front of him. So, are you gonna invite me in?
Only if you pay the toll.
Florence sighed. What toll is that?
You must say the magic words.
He sighed longer. Kuro is the best cat ever, and he deserves all the scritches and tuna the world has to offer.
You may enter, vampire.
Florence rolled his eyes as he stepped inside. Slinking into the entryway, he heard rain start pattering on the roof. As he passed the living room, framed memories waved at him. His wedding day, Ari's birthdays, vacations, pictures he himself drew lined the hallway, peppered with Ari's drawings. He found a door with a sign taped to it, which read Ari's room in crayon. Inside was an amalgamation of plushies, princesses, and anime memorabilia. Florence passed by a mirror and felt his dead heart jolt. He never got used to the fact that he couldn't look himself in the eye. He set his gift on the nightstand, a few pieces of her favorite candy, a kind which people rarely gave out due to most kids finding it gross, and a drawing of Kuro, or at least a black cat, on a pumpkin. As he passed by the mirror a second time, he stopped in front of his blank reflection and brought his claw-like fingers up to his fangs. Kuro? The cat cocked his head. Do I really look horrifying? Do you think Ari would scream if she saw me?
I'm named after a demon cat in an anime you told her she was too young to watch. I don't think she'd have a problem with her vampire father.
He couldn't help the smile forming around those fangs.
I was just teasing you, Kuro added. You don't look scary, Florence.
He nodded, swallowing. Then he pointed at the gift. Make sure to bite on that a little. Make it look like you dragged it in. But don't eat the candy.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Kuro started chewing on the paper. Florence petted the cat. Thanks for all your help.
Don't mention it,
he said, with paper in his mouth. They're coming. Fee flew in. Hide or get out of here. Lawrence tried to, as quickly and quietly as he could, maneuver out the window and into the rain. Kuro bapped his ankles, trying to help. That was a cool gargoyle costume that guy had. At the sound of Ari's adorable voice, pain rose in Florence's chest. Uh-huh. Take off your shoes, young lady.
Okay, Mom.
Fluttering just outside in his bat form, Florence could barely see Ari dart into the room. She was the cutest werewolf princess he'd ever seen. As she threw her candy basket on the bed, she saw the gift. She blinked and walked up to it, cautiously picking it up. Without warning, she zoomed out of the room. As Fred walked up beside Florence, offering one hand to perch on and the other as a shield from the rain, they could hear her say, Mommy, look! Oh, what's that you got there?
It looks like Kuro brought it in.
Oh, I hope some other kid isn't missing their treats.
Look, doesn't it look like Daddy drew this?
Oh, well, there is a moment of silence, and then Florence heard a noise that nearly wrenched his dead heart out. Daphne, crying. Her voice cracked. It does, doesn't it? Ah, he remembered the word for it now. Widow. Florence fell to his knees in the soggy grass as himself. Crying was such a nuisance now. Bloody tears were difficult to hide or clean, but he couldn't help it. He had only been a vampire for a few years, and the weight of being so close but unable to touch was worse than any other part of this existence.
I'll watch over her for you,
Kura said softly from the window. Florence nodded, using Fred's help to get to his feet, and lifted his head to the sky to let the rain wipe his tears away. Their last stop wasn't too far. They walked again, running into some kids who they let take a picture of them, despite the nagging fear that Fee might show up in them and Florence might not, before arriving at a hospital. Fee waded through the walls easily, but Fred and Florence had to make other arrangements. Luckily, the room they needed to get to was on the ground floor and had a window. Both luckily and unluckily, its resident was barely conscious. Just unluckily, the others in the room were certainly conscious, each of them crying, holding each other's hands, and muttering soft words to each other or the patient. V had already been in the room for a few minutes when they arrived. The lights flickered and the people shivered, responding to her presence, but she was careful to give the machines, which beeped with disquieting inconsistency, a wide berth. Fred managed to attach himself to the side of the building, only able to listen. Florence as a bat fluttered into the corner, using the flickering light to hide his shadow. A man lay on the bed, with gnarled old skin, patchy hair, and a needle in his arm. He stirred and grimaced. Fee, floating at the foot of the bed, with her arms folded over it, sat observing. After a moment, she began to sing. It was a haunted melody. But it wasn't the fact that a ghost sang it that made it haunting. It was the fact that the ghost sang with all the pain, aches, and toil of someone whose life had been stolen too young, who'd watched from afar as the decades went by and her loved ones grew older and the dirt beneath her headstone grew colder. As she finished, tears streaked her half-transparent face. When she was done, the old man, whose name on the door read Robert Riella, stirred, and his old eyes crinkled in a smile. He looked at exactly the place where Fee floated and croaked, "Good night, Mom." The group around him gasped, surprised to hear him speak. They followed his eyes, but found nothing there. Exclamations and questions followed. Fee, gasping herself, rushed forward and put her arms around him, even though she went right through him. As Robert, almost seeming to hold her even so, smiled contentedly, the machines resounded with a single beep. The group shrieked and clamored. Lawrence used the distraction to make his way to the window, anticipating an onslaught of doctors would soon join the mournful family. Before he left, he saw Fee, smiling as she never had, disappear, like something between snowflakes in the wind and glass shattering in slow motion. Once they got away from the window, Fred muttered faintly, "Goodbye, Robert. Goodbye, Fee." And Florence couldn't tell if the water on the gargoyle's face was rain or tears. Florence turned back into himself, leaning onto Fred for support, unable to hold back tears for the second time that night. The two walked back to the graveyard in silence. Florence was unable to stop his mind from wandering, wondering if his fate would one day be kinder or crueler. As Frederick returned to his position on his pedestal, Florence, noticing the first beads of day creeping upon the horizon, asked, "Shall we do this again next year?" "Must we wait a whole year to see them again?" Throw up for those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Okie dokie. And then I don't think I saw a lot of chatter, but if you guys just have anything to say, any overall things you would like to say or discuss or note, then just go ahead and say it. We will talk about that. Let me read the notes first. So some of this is more housekeeping stuff than questions. I'm so happy and proud of this story. When I set this contest/challenge, I wasn't sure I'd make anything for it, so I didn't really contemplate story ideas even with 3 months to do so. But at the last minute, I was feeling sad about the prospect of not posting anything. As I mentioned in more detail below, on Wednesday, I got the initial image and just told myself to start. Make an attempt. Pants it. And I can't believe what came of it. I'm so freaking proud that I wrote this whole thing. Not just wrote it, but I, little perfectionist that I am happy with it in 4 days. The question is, did you guys enjoy reading it as much as I did writing it? Words and challenges I attempted. Words, I'm so happy to say that I managed to use all the words. Not only that, I managed to slip in the words I contemplated, but ultimately didn't include in the list. Not even all of them intentionally. They were Reaper, Zombie, Undead, Autumn, and Halloween. Challenges. I attempted to make the story wholesome and the ending wholesome, even if it was a bit bittersweet. One of the challenges is write a type of story you wouldn't usually write. So I did a few things I don't usually do. 1, I wrote this in third omniscient, a perspective I don't usually write in. 2, I pantsed this story. Or at least semi-pantsed it. I'm an extreme plotter, but on Wednesday I got this idea of a vampire walking into a graveyard to talk to a gargoyle and told myself, hey, just write it down and see if anything comes of it. Well, it turns out something very much did. The only thing I had to plan is I got the idea that Florence had a daughter and wanted to give her a gift when I was jotting stuff down on Wednesday, but I couldn't figure out how to make the gargoyle and ghost important. So I had to contemplate on Thursday until I realized they all could be giving their human loved ones gifts. Do you feel I accomplished that challenge with either or both of those things? Questions. 1, did any of the words from the word bank stick out and or feel shoehorned in? 2, did the omniscient perspective work? Did anything feel odd in that regard? Did it read more like Third Limited from Florence's point of view? 3, was anything confusing or clunky? 4, did it work that all 3 of them saw the gifts? Cicely came back to grab something, Ari got back from trick-or-treating, and Robert saw Fee. Or did you have to suspend your disbelief that they just so happened to return at that moment? 5, did the names work? Was the fact that Florence, Frederick, and Fee all had F names distracting? That was not intentional. I either just wrote down whatever name popped into my head or used a random name generator. Then I realized they all started with F. 6, did anything surprise you? I was especially attempting to make it a bit of a twist that it was Fee's son and not, say, her husband. Were you surprised that Florence had a daughter? That Kuro was his daughter's cat? 7, did you find the story impactful? Yes, it's meant to be cute and wholesome, but I wanted it to have genuine heart/meat/impact. Often cute things are brushed off as just that, and that wasn't my intention with this story. If anything, I want it to be more impactful than it is cute/wholesome. I especially want Fee's interaction with her son to be genuinely impactful. Best of all, if it brings tears to the eyes. And maybe Florence's interaction with his daughter too. 8, what were your favorite parts, your favorite lines? 9, what do you make of the title? 10, if I were to write more stories about these characters, what stories/scenes would you like to see? I already have a few ideas. 11, did you like the story? 12, any other compliments, questions, comments, critiques, concerns? Thank you very much for reading and reviewing. There also was another question that I was going to edit in. I didn't have the characters for it, so I couldn't. Which is the fact that I'm watching Blue Exorcist right now. And as I said with the names, I just wrote down, I either used a name generator or I wrote down just whatever came to mind the minute I was writing. And because I'm watching Blue Exorcist, there is a talking cat in that, well, it's a demon cat, but it's a talking cat whose name is Kuro. Kuro means black in Japanese. And so when it was like, I have a black cat character, brain, come up with a name, it's like, Kuro. And so then I was like, well, maybe I could make it that is actually in canon how he got his name. That the person who named him watched the anime. And I just really liked the idea of this little kid who's not supposed to be watching that kind of anime watched it and was like, I loved it so much. I loved this cat. I'm naming my cat after it. I guess I'll also ask, that was a thing with the pumpkins too. How easily can I find it? Yeah, so this was meant to be that you would think that the child would make the cute pumpkin and the adult would make a spooky pumpkin. But actually the child was like, let's do something spooky, Mom. And then Daphne like makes it for her. And then Daphne's like, all right, Ari, can you make me something cute? And then she does, you know, so they like, the creepy one was for the kid, but you know, there's a lot going on there. So I get it if that didn't come through. But anyways, so yeah, the other question I didn't get to write down is, did it work that the whole like anime thing that like I'm named after a demon cat, or was it like, what the heck are you talking about? Where is it? Oh, you're right here. Okay, let's see what folks have been saying. Thank you for the cheers, Death's Head, Norman Gray, and Magistrate Ironlung. Really appreciate it. Not the 3 a.m. wormy. Yeah, actually, that is a question I had. I should have asked this in the questions too. So, what were the 3 options? If I remember correctly, I had 3 options for that joke, and one is what I had. Another one is, where is it? Oh, here, okay. I think it was like, you told Johnny last week he was a slimy, pathetic excuse for an existence. And then I was like, that just feels too generic. It's not that funny. And then I was thinking of using a joke from, I forget what it's called, but the guy who makes like those D&D memes, and he's lately been doing a lot of like, like the bard insulting the evil king sort of memes, shorts. And one of them was, you're more disappointing than an uncrunchy leaf. And so I was thinking of using that one. And then the other one was the worm thing. And so I don't love that I used a meme. And so like I might want to change that so it ages better. But like, were you like cringing at the meme use, or were you like, no, actually it was funny? Or, and if you, especially if you were cringing, what do you think I should use instead? What would be a funny insult? I was on a time crunch. I just had to throw something in there. Something I was thinking about that, like, well, the reason I went with the worm one is because I asked a friend, and a friend voted for that, and I was like, okay, that's all I need. But the thing is, I could totally see, like, I think of Johnny as just like this deadbeat, undead, sleazy guy who like has seen the like TikToks about the worm stuff, and he just like turns to the group of vampires or whatever and is like, would you guys love me if I was a worm? And then Florence is just like, no, because you're already a worm and we don't love you. You know, that kind of thing. But yeah. A fateful decision. What is that in relation to? And then so Norman says, so I need to know, how the heck did you write this in 4 days? How do I harness this power? And Mako said, most of my story was written between midnight and 6 a.m. I can attest to this. And then Norman says, I may or may not have stayed up till 5 a.m. to give mine a last pass and a title. Very fair. Honestly, I don't completely know why, how I was able to do this in 4 days. As far as I know, I've never done anything like this. Like I said, I was like really happy and shocked and stuff like that I was able to do that. And like, yeah, all I can think is kind of just what I've already said, that it's like, I just had this image of vampire walking into a graveyard to talk to a gargoyle, and it was just like, just sit down and write it. I mean, maybe I can show you guys something. You might enjoy this if I can. Oh, no, I need to. That's gonna make this harder. Drafts? Okay, good. I should explain. I'm going to show you, oh, maybe I can't multitask. I'll just actually show it to you. Go over here, go over here, go over here. Go back over here. Ah! Didn't mean to do that. It threw Discord up there. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so I have right here all the... So this is actually something I do, and I don't know if it's something I necessarily recommend everyone do, but it works for me. So I will write like the original version, and then instead of just being like, okay, I have it, I'm gonna edit it right here, and then next day arriving at it and being like, I'm gonna edit in the same document, what I do is I'm like, okay, I wrote this down. Let's copy that, paste it, let's edit on the new version. And I especially kept track of it with this because, like I said, I've never done a story like this before. And so I was like, I want to see what the progression was. I want to see what the difference was. And so this was all I had on Wednesday that I just had. I'm not going to read through it, but you can just see how little there is there. It's just little bits and pieces of the scene. And I have, like, I don't know if I've ever showed you guys, like, whenever I write something, I write down multiple options. And so, like, here I could say path or sidewalk, and so I wrote them both down. And then I had different options for the spider and stuff like that. And that is something I recommend because it makes, at least for me, it makes writing flow a lot easier. That instead of sitting there and being like, oh, what do I do? Do I pick path? Do I pick sidewalk? That instead you just are like, write them both down, move on. We're going to come back to it later and decide which one's better. And often you probably will decide better when you come back later because now you have, you can look at it a second time with fresh eyes within the whole and decide which word is better. And then I have parentheses on things where I'm like, I don't know if I want to include this or not. So I'm going to like couch it with parentheses. And yeah, I often have a lot of parentheses because I'm very like indecisive and like, oh, I don't know. But it's, again, that's also very helpful to me personally because that allows me to not be like, oh, it's set in stone, I have to use this bit of dialogue. It's like, you can if you want to, future Kaylie, you know. But anyways, yeah, so you can see what it was. Like, this was just me. This is what happened when I was like, okay, like I have this image of the vampire and the gargoyle. And that was this. And then, you know, I'm writing like notes, like, is it her cat? And stuff like that. So yeah, and then I don't know how long is the next one? Does the next one... Yeah, I guess the next one is actually complete, which is kind of rare for me. But anyways, I don't know if that helps at all, but that is, there's a little sneak peek into what happened, what I did, and in case it's helpful. Also, yes, the tabulation doc is creeping up there. Anywho. You keep hearing Lawrence anyway. Norman, it was very emotionally punchy. Well done. I'm really glad to hear that. Me when I just tried to pants a story. At age 6, I was born without a face. Yes. What's another one like that? Oh, I wish I had it memorized, but it's like, I come up to the plant and it's like, how you doing, Aaron? And I'm like, it's going great, but it's not going great. I just don't want to share my emotions with the purple plant. That's very fair. Documancer says, it was bittersweet, and I loved the anime nodding in. That's great to hear. It says, now the kid making the creepy pumpkin makes perfect sense. I'm not familiar at all with the anime in question, I don't think. Very fair. Glad that worked. Yes, Documancer. Kuro is black and Japanese, so even if it was intended, or whether it was intended or not, it's like a kid naming their cat Blackie. Totally. Or Shadow. I was an anime kid, and boy did I want to name my pets after anime pets. Fantastic. One Shot Questers is the channel. You're more disappointing than an uncrunchy leaf guy. Oh yeah, we had a midstream convo about meme usage. Nice. Mako says, I liked the worm one. Documancer says, I loved the meme. Memes are a part of pop culture, and I still quote ads from the 90s. That is great. Damn ads, get out of my brain. That's great. What's up? Yep. The brand. just two eyes in the dark. That reminds me of something. I don't think my iPad is up here, but I made a little Halloween animation. I can't figure out how to send it to myself and thus send it to the Discord, but I can stick my iPad up to the camera and show it to you guys. So tell me to show that to you guys at the end of the stream. Don't let me forget. Choosing to go last was fateful for Fee. Gotcha. Yeah, that is a question I'll ask you guys. Do you think that it was coincidence that, Fee happened to be there at his death? Or do you think, she in some part caused his death, either because he saw her and he was like, I'm at peace, I can let go? Or did she mess with the machines that were helping to keep him alive? What do you think the situation was? Personally, I don't really like the last interpretation because I think it makes it more sinister than I wanted it to be. But I could see people having that interpretation. Oh no! I didn't have it on screen. Gosh darn it. Okay, let's go again. Oh, it's tiny. Oh, now it's huge. So that's Thursday. This is all I had for, on Wednesday night. So this part right here, especially, this is the part that, I wrote when I was like, just write down your image for the gargoyle. And so then I was talking about path and sidewalk and the parentheses and stuff like that. Appreciate that, mods. We had a white cat named Marty. I don't think I've heard of that ad. Look with your special eyes, my brand. Never considered she caused his death, just sort of assumed she happened to be there for his final moments. Gotcha. Yeah, it felt like he could see her because he was crossing over. Exactly. That was much more the intent, for sure. Yeah, let's see. Do I have any other questions for you? I was right. It was an hour for just that one story. Oh yeah. One of my reviewers was saying that it seemed odd that there was a Reaper in a graveyard, and I was very mixed on that because on the one hand I was like, you're right, that is kind of insensitive to put a Reaper in a graveyard. But also at the same time, I feel like I've seen pictures of Reapers in graveyards. I feel like I've seen pictures of Grim Reaper statues in graveyards. I don't know if it's just, no, Kaylie, you've not seen pictures of that. You've seen movies where people are trying to create a spooky ambiance, but people don't actually do that. But I'm curious what you guys think. You must have been waiting for Fee because he didn't pass on, even though she delayed her visit by walking. Very fair, very fair. I kind of went back and forth on if I wanted them all, like all the supernatural creatures, to hear Kuro or just Florence. But one of my beta readers was like, it's odd that, like, there's a talking cat and people don't really know that supernatural creatures exist. And I was like, oh, normal people can't hear him. And so I felt like I needed to clarify that by, like, being like, no, it's a power that Florence has. It's, like, it's not even a thing that all supernatural creatures can hear him. It's just, like, that's one of his vampire powers, that he can hear him. So curious what you guys think of that. If you would have preferred that they all can hear him. Oh yeah, was there anything funny? Anything make you laugh? I was focused on making you cry, but that's an option too. Oh yeah, so this was one of the paragraphs that was more third omniscient, that maybe Florence would know this well enough to say it, but my intention was like, okay, we're kind of talking about Fred. Now we're talking about Fred's experiences. But I totally get why, like, most of my reviewers were like, nah, it seemed like it was Florence's point of view. And not surprised that I kind of failed in my intent, but yes. Yeah, did this whole bit work? Did it have impact and he remembered? Oh yeah, I'm so mad that, like, I realized as I was reading this that I was meant to do, like, a comparison of the costumes. And then it just seems weird, because it's like, wow, scantily clad people. And then kids and their parents. Not, like, you know, comparing the costumes of, like, oh yes, the sexy costumes and kids in costume, and then their chaperones. Marks me, I'm sure I've seen Reapers in a graveyard before. Also me, oh crap, totally might have been movies. I know, right? Exactly. Kuro made me laugh the most. That sass. That's awesome. Why does that sass sound so much like that ass? That sass. I'm really glad, like, my reviewers seem to really like Florence and Kuro's relationship. It's interesting because I didn't even realize until, like, I was away from it for a week and then came back to practice. Fred barely talks. I thought he had a lot more lines, and so it definitely makes sense that Kuro and Florence carried the story, because they kind of were the story. They were the people who talked the most. Oh yes, this was a question I had. So it did seem like people liked this, but I'll still ask. Another idea I had for this section is that he starts to walk up the steps, and then Fee or Fred, or probably Fee, would be like, you're a vampire, don't you have to be invited in? And then he would be like, I bought this house, I'm not letting it boss me around, or something like that. Would you have preferred that to this? I like my sass to be thick. Amazing. Gotcha. This says, I walked through the city graveyard for years. Plenty of angels, monoliths, and headstones. No reapers. Gotcha. I feel like he was pretending to be a statue. He probably isn't very talkative. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Grim Reaper for a second. That the actual Grim Reaper is that statue, and he's just sitting there pretending, which is way funnier. I hope nobody notices me. Ah. Oh yeah, so I feel like one of my reviewers made a good point. I had a lot of like conflict about the bloody tears thing, but most of the vampires I've seen cry bloody tears, and so I was just like, I'll add that. But they did make a good point that the bloody tears might have detracted from the emotion of the scene. That it would have been better just to have him cry normally. Would you guys agree with that, or were you like, no, it was still impactful even with the wacky vampire tears? Uh, um, Victorian era had an obsession with death. I can believe a graveyard could have a reaper in it. That's very fair. Um, yeah, what about the mortars? Do they want to see that? Uh-huh. Well, they'd see the reaper long before they got to the grave. Savage. Wouldn't the reaper be like the last thing a soul would see from the grave? Well, now I want to start putting money aside so I can have a Reaper statue over my grave. Amazing. It would have been pretty funny if Florence was like, "Let me in, house!" That's great. The Reaper's just hanging out. Yeah, he's just like enjoying the festivities. Florence bumping his head on an invisible wall barrier at the door. I guess I could have done both. Yeah, it could have been like, I bought this house. I'm not letting it boss me around. Thunk. And then he has to do the whole thing with Kuro. I like the imagery, although I don't recall ever seeing that in vampire media. Really? Interesting. I've seen it in Castlevania for sure. I'm trying to remember because I know when I was writing this, I thought of multiple things. But now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, what were the other things besides Dracula? What were they? Man, I'll have to think more later because I'm absolutely certain I had like 3 things that I was thinking about, and they all had the vampires crying bloody tears. Yes, that's even better, Documancer says. Imagine, don't you need to be invited into houses? Do you know how many times I've had to maintenance that damn house and its creaks? It better let me in. Totally. Vega says, I prefer vampires to not be able to produce tears at all over tears of blood. Interesting. Why is that? Aerith says, I've seen the bloody tears bit in the Queen of the Damned film, I think. Interesting. I feel like I should keep, I feel like I should keep talking for another 11 minutes so that Documancer doesn't get the ad either. Because it's gonna be, it's like exactly on the hour. And so I think the other one happened at 4:11. I guess I'll keep thinking while we're waiting. I think I've said this on streams before, but like whenever anybody is like, hey Kaylie, how was your week? Anything I did during the week flies out of my brain and I'm like, it was good. And so that's what's happening to me right now, that it's like, oh hey Kaylie, where have you seen like bloody tears in vampire media? And I'm like, have I ever watched a vampire movie ever? Have I seen any vampire media? I just can't remember. The implication that all their food is blood weirds me out. Like, why is there blood in their tear ducts? I thought you ate that stuff. Gotcha. Nervous vampire sweats blood. Bloody sweat or bloody saliva. That is wild. Yeah, maybe I have to watch Castlevania again more carefully and see, like, was that an only Dracula thing? I mean, I know Alucard can cry normal tears. That is how the season 2 ends. But he's also half vampire, so I don't know if that would relate. So I can't remember if I'd have to watch it again to know if it's just Dracula, and so he was doing it for the spooks, and the other vampires have normal tears. But I mean, I guess part of the reason I feel like Castlevania as a franchise must have that is because Castlevania has a song, a very famous and very good song called Bloody Tears. And so that kind of makes me assume that all vampires in Castlevania have that. Let's see. I'm pretty sure they have done that in every movie based on an Anne Rice novel, but that is canon for Anne Rice vampires in the books too. Which part? The bloody tears, the bloody sweat and saliva, or what? I kind of agree with Makeup because crying feels like a human thing to do, even though society is reluctant to cry. But that's a whole other tangent. I mean, you're hitting on another thing, which is how human are vampires, because that is that's another question. Like, if you want to make them very not human, you'll make them not cry at all. But if you want to make them more human, then like, maybe they should be able to cry. I just remembered. I remember what another thing was. It was Vampire the Masquerade. Because my character in my campaign of that had a rough night and was crying a lot, and then my DM was like, "You do know that you cry blood, right?" And I was like, well, I do now. So at least those two. Let's see. I want to like look it up. I might have even looked it up on the internet before. Let me show you what just came up. Their tears are blood tears. that is the first thing that comes up. What is that? What are you getting that from? What is NCESC? Oh, gaming. So maybe that is from Castlevania. A vampire does not cry human tears. Instead, all bodily fluids are replaced with blood, so that would be saliva and stuff like that. There are certain exceptions, such as saliva and the vitreous fluid in the eyeballs. Ooh, this is somebody, it looks like it's for Vampire the Masquerade. Somebody saying, I allow vampires that have a humanity of 8 or higher, I assume that'll say, to cry normal tears. The player is kinda close enough. Yeah, all their bloody fluid, all their bodily fluids are replaced with blood. They can cry blood like lame teenage hipsters. Interesting. I would allow Kindred to cry blood as emotionally appropriate, or to spend blood points to cry watery tears, as per the rules for spending to mimic human functions like body temperature and eating. Interesting. They cry vitae. Mm-hmm. Yeah, officially vampires can cry. When they do, they cry blood instead of salt tears. Unofficially, I allow vampires who have a humanity of 8 or higher to cry normal tears. This is just a house rule I use for flavor. I like that rule. That's really, really neat. And then, for the record, not all bodily fluids are replaced by blood when a human becomes a vampire. Just most of them. Specifically, yeah. So it was, they're repeating what it said before. Okay, so I was correct for Vampire the Masquerade, and there's Castlevania with the actual stuff like that. So, I can't tell if like the first, if I don't know what this is from, so I don't know what game that's from. There's the ad we've all been waiting for. Usually we don't like you, but today we were waiting for you. For a red mascara for maximum effect. The bloody tears, I mean. Yeah, so it does look like, from what I can see, there's at least 3 franchises that that have them crying bloody tears, and didn't see anything there that was like, no, they cry normal tears, or they don't cry at all. So I'm a little more confident in my choice there. 3, 2, 1. When you gonna start? What? Why are you standing in the fire, Mako? Come on, Ad. But yeah, so I don't think anybody's actually answered the question, though, which is, like, did it detract from the scene? Did it detract from the emotion of the scene? We're all arguing over whether vampires in general should have that ability, but the question is, did it detract from the scene itself?
Oh, my kitty.
And then what would actually, well, maybe I need to ask it when you come back, but what would you have him do if he can't cry at all? Okay, Norman says, didn't detract from me. That's good. Oh, Aerith, that is, why is that both hilarious and horrifying? I feel like that's kind of your vibe, though. Attacks the vampires by jamming onions up their tear ducts to see if they're real vampires or not. I do love that it's like a vampire hunter instead of being like, do you react to garlic? Just be like, oh, I just had to chop these onions here in the middle of the road and see if they cry blood or tears. Now I'm just imagining a vampire being like, get back in there, tear, but not because they're like mad about crying and don't want to show emotion, but just because they don't want anybody to know they're a vampire by crying bloody tears.
Bobo Kitty. What are you doing, Bobo Kitty?
Couldn't even cry without being reminded that he wasn't human anymore. Yep, that. Oh, I see. So are you saying that's why it still had impact? That's cool. I appreciate that. I didn't notice it, but I also had shoddy internet. On today's episode of, was it a problem with the story or was it a problem with the internet? Also, the garbage can is ugly. I want to sit in front of it.
Kitty. Just a queen Bella Bean. Aw, dicks. Tickle licks.
Not Pickle Rick, Tickle Licks. I guess I'll ask you guys. Well, maybe I should ask it when the ad's done. Just because there's no tears doesn't mean you can't have the emotion or sob. It's just dry heaves. Interesting. Brought to you by Traveling Documancer, Shoddy Internet Incorporated. Incredible.
Oh, Bo, you're so cute.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, well, I guess I can keep petting her while I ask. I'm not sure if I should post, like, part 1 of Carmilla and then post, a part 2, next, or, like, post part 1, the VOD, I mean, and then still include part 1 within the next one, because I really wanted Carmilla to be one video like the vampire, and so my options are, A, don't do that, post it in multiple videos, B, post part 1, but also add it to the next part so it's complete the next time. C, don't post part 1, just add it to the next one and put it all together. Yes, I do plan for there to be a part 2. I wanted to finish reading it during October. I was like kind of hoping I could do it like on Halloween. But that didn't work out. Too busy with the contest. Oh, Carmilla's quite a bit longer than the vampire. Interesting. Yeah, I looked at them and can I unearth you without toppling the entire situation? Not really. Ah! Oops. Yeah, I see it. I don't know how well you guys can. So that's Carmilla. This is the vampire. So yeah, there is quite a bit more.
Oh, well, you must pay the camera tax. You must show yourself to the people. Oh, baby.
Gotcha. So maybe I should.
Maybe I should post the part 1. Oh, yeah.
Alright. Okay. Oh, baby. Baby cat.
Baby cat. Oh, no. What are you stepping on? Are you jumping down? Okay? Yeah, you can come down. It's okay.
Babe, why are you making it harder for yourself? Are you struggling?
Are you struggling?
You silly thing. Alrighty. But yes, the clutch of the heartstrings, but suffering because tears are supposed to be freeing and a release of being human. It adds a layer of no longer being human and missing some of those aspects. Well, I suppose maybe I should write 3 versions of that scene and then show them to you guys and ask which one you like the most, and then post whichever one people like the most in the book. Oh no. Thank you, Ghoulish. Appreciate that. And Death said, I feel the tummy rumblies. So question, shall I read the story and we deal with the tummy rumblies in the audio? Or do you want me to take a break and deal with that, but then potentially have ad issues? Oh no, you need to step away. That's too bad. If I want to take a break, that's fine. I guess Aerith also said he has to step away for a sec. Okay, well, I'll take a break and attend to the tummy rumblies and come back in a second. Oh yeah, I was in the middle. Let's go back to the beginning. Fair. Okie dokie. Don't let me forget to put it back on the story when it's time. Oh yeah, I guess I can actually do standby now because there's not a question. Unless, I guess I can ask a question. Maybe, what did you guys do for Halloween? Let's just do something simple and festive. What did you do for Halloween? See ya in a sec. Well, I guess if that's the end of the song, I guess I'm back then. Alright. I returned to... There's some nudity and sex scenes, and no one dies! What are you talking about? Let's go back. What I did for Halloween. Scared children. I haven't been able to watch the video. Well, I've been able to, but I haven't watched the video yet. But I do intend to. Watched A Bone Tomahawk, an American Western horror film, and Hugh Sarah, The Bone Woman, a Mexican body horror / psychological horror film. Gotcha. Hugh Sarah was the more scary film, but Bone Tomahawk was the more gory film. Gotcha. So Halloween for me, handed out candy to about 6 teenagers who came by. Candy duty ended up getting taken care of mostly by my housemate. Ran to the bank because I needed to replace my lost bank card. I haven't gotten a new bank card. I bought Indian food. Oh, and to do something at least kind of Halloween-y, I watched John Carpenter's magnum opus, The Thing. Nice. I love that. I wanted to get a new bank card. I acquired the new bank card. I acquired Indian food with the new bank card. Gotcha. Interesting. Well, says, I think Kaylie might be able to watch Hugh Sarah, but I'm unsure because the film revolves around pregnancy, specifically postpartum depression. Gotcha. Good to know. And then also there's some nudity and sex scenes, so that might be a mark against it. The body horror was pretty mild. The rest of it was broken bones, and the protagonist continually cracking her bones. Also, no one dies. Interesting. Interesting mix of things there. Interesting. Lee Straley, I recommend Sleepy Hollow 1999. It's not overly gruesome, but has lots of cartoonishly bright blood. Visually, it's fantastic and practically breathes out Halloween in every way. Nice. And then there was a great thunderous roar. Stomach rumbles. Yes. I also have the rumblies. Might add to the ambiance. Great. I wrote while my cat laid in loaf mode under the table. We were very cozy while the roommate was doing his haunted house outside. That's great. I sat at home with a bowl of candy on the fence outside that nobody touched next to a pumpkin I grew that was too small to carve. Aw! But you grew your own pumpkin? That's great. Watched Ghostbusters 2, made a spooky jack-o'-lantern pizza, and had a char spookery plate served on a coffin with various cheese, fruits, and nuts. And I built a spooky gingerbread house. That's great. Well, if you have pictures, you gotta show your spooky pizza and gingerbread house. Watch Ash vs. the Evil Dead while I'm wondering what I'll write for a Christmas story. I watched a scary movie while thinking about Christmas. That's great. Yeah, maybe if I have time and energy, we can kind of discuss the Christmas situation at the end. Hilton and my brother's haunted house, we found out that coffins get very hot when you lay in one for hours at a time. Also, they're scarily soundproof. Wow. That is scary. Interesting. Thank you for the cheer, Hellenic. Welcome. Alright, well, I do have one question for Documancer. So, I think I've mentioned this before, that it's especially true for female voices that... Hi, there you are.
Yeah, come here. Come on.
That they can kind of all sound the same, even when I'm trying to make them different. And so I was kind of thinking of giving Angel more of a nerdy voice. Let's see. So, like, with those thick glasses of hers and that pen sticking out of her flannel. How are we on gas? Angel asked. Half full, Dottie said. Her Poindexter companion looked up. We should get gas at the next rest stop. But I don't want to. I do not intend to be like mean or stereotypy with that voice, and so if you do not like it, then I should not use it. But it is entirely up to you. And then if you don't want me to use it, please offer a different voice.
Okay, kitty. Bella. Bella, come here. Bella. Come sit with me. Come sit with me. Oh, the baby. Oh, the baby kitty. What do you think?
That is pretty cool.
What a baby.
Okay, I did plan to make her a little nerdy with a slight nasal. Alright, so it sounds like that works then.
It sounds like that works then. Okie dokie.
Well, yours is a touch too nasally. Okay. Let's see if I can do it a little bit less. So a pin sticking out of her flannel. How are we on gas? Half full, Daddy said. We should get gas at the next rest stop. Oh man, I'm afraid I'm going. When I try to do less of it, I do too little, and it doesn't sound enough. Did you like that better? Relax, she's an old gal. I've met grandmas with better lungs than that, Angel remarked. Better, okay.
Kitty. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Well, I will attempt that. I will attempt to do that slight, but forgive me if it doesn't sound different enough or ends up going into too nasally.
Hi, Kitty. Yeah, pick a spot, please.
There you go. Okay. It's Just a Setback by Documancer. 3,500 words. 2 years ago, Angel Malmray and Dottie Beverly had met in a dingy parking lot, and they had been friends ever since. Now, thousands of miles away from that lot, they were riding in Dottie's shitmobile. The fields and leaves glowed in ambers and gold. There wasn't asphalt for miles. All pure, stunning country. Dottie wanted to look a little longer, but she had a bumpy road to navigate, and Angel kept all her attention on the map sitting on her lap. She had her rusty seat pulled all the way back for her legs, while Dottie had jammed herself up to the wheel. Dangerous? Yes, but the driver could be mistaken for a preteen due to her stubby legs. Meanwhile, the passenger could be mistaken for tech support with those thick glasses of hers and that pen sticking out of her flannel. How are we on gas? Angel asked. Half full, Dottie said. Her Poindexter companion looked up. We should get gas at the next rest stop. When the fossil of a minivan sputtered, Angel expected the worst. This antique was named Shipmobile for a reason. She whipped her head up, then gripped the battered door handle. Relax, she's an old gal. I've met grandmas with better lungs than that, Angel remarked. Dottie's beat-up minivan shuffled past a brushwood trapped within a dense thicket. No civilization for miles. The vehicle popped, startling a flock of corvids out of a gnarled tree nearby. Angel threw Dottie one of her infamous glares. Her target didn't need to look over to feel her judgmental gaze as the shipmobile crawled to a stop. Dottie rolled her eyes. "Not a word out of you, it's just a setback," Angel simply commanded. "Pop the hood, Dot." Why did Angel put up with this? The hood begrudgingly popped at the touch of a button. Angel unlocked her door and used the handle to shove the creaky thing open, dropping the map onto the car's floor. Her knobby kneecaps crunched the same way rice cereal snap crackle pops in milk as she stood up. Dottie winced. "Ange, I can help." Angel stopped mid-step, whirled back to the door, and leaned in. "Can you pry that door open by yourself?" Dottie's face went hot because, well, she couldn't. "Didn't think so." Angel winked, then shut the door. Her flannel flapped like a sail all the way up to the hood of the car. When the flannel stopped, she pushed up the creaky old hood. Dottie climbed carefully over the middle console to the passenger seat, readjusted her knitted shawl, and gazed out. The overgrowth looked like it hadn't seen any pruning in years, but it sure looked pretty, and it looked like the overgrowth rolled over dirt for miles. Vibrant ochre leaves kissed russet plants and swayed further than her eyes could see. Past the mulberry bushes, a long shadow peeked out. Dottie squinted, but she couldn't make out the figure, and the bushes guarded it like a shield. When the fuzzy figure stood up, it used 2 legs, and picked up a few berries. Dottie checked her wristwatch. If they could get some help, they could hop onto the road, and that meant getting the hotel even sooner. She wouldn't be completely useless. Dottie frantically rolled down the window. "Hello? Excuse me?" Angel poked her head out from the side of the hood. "What's up?" Dottie pointed across the overgrowth. "Not you, them." Angel squinted. "It might be a bear, or a coyote." "Or a vampire by your glass-half-empty thinking." Dottie slid out of the window and tossed Angel the keys to the minivan. "I'm going to check it out." Angel caught the keys and slipped them into her breast pocket. "You don't know what's in there." "I'll know when I get there." Angel caught Dottie's shoulder. "If you mess with the wrong animal, hell, the wrong person, it could be bad," Angel warned. She gripped Dottie, but the half-pint wriggled free. They were alone, in the middle of nowhere, with a shitty car, and either a stranger or a bear was their only hope. "At least our coffins will be pretty with cedar and ash wood," Angel muttered. Angel checked her wrist. A leather-bound watch ticked away the hour. Their only marker to the car was the grand ash tree. Moss weaved around the trunk, and brackets of fungi accompanied those weaves in a field of goosegrass. Angel went after her shawl-wearing idiot. The hairs on those goosegrass leaves hooked onto their clothes, as though the plants wanted to keep them out. Regardless, further the women ventured, leaving the goosegrass field, and that tree seemingly shrunk, down to the size of a thumbnail. The women held each other's quivering hands as they weaved through the spiderwebs and avoided sleepy hives at the entrance of the thicket. When they finally made it to the mulberries, the twinkle in Dottie's eye went out. No tracks. Nobody. Completely useless. "Can we go back now?" pleaded Angel. "I swear on Nana's recipe book that I saw something here." "Dottie, I'm sure you saw something, but I don't think you know what you saw." Dottie went frantic. "I swear, I saw someone here." "Hey, it's okay." "No, it's not." A twig snapped. "Someone was here," a voice announced. "See?" Dot sniffed. "I did not wish to cause alarm." Angel immediately stepped in, giving Dottie a means of cover, and squinted at the bushes. "Who are you?" "I suppose I had a name a long time ago, but I've forgotten." Closer and closer it came, but its clarity didn't crisp. The ladies didn't vacate. The shape of the figure's body stayed coiled in shadows. Snap, crackle, pop, its long bones went. As light passed through the canopy, the creature's image clarified. Its skin was all gone, and the exposed marrow shivered. Why does she put up with her? Both women gaped. Either of them should have screamed at a moving skeleton, but each one felt a thick pelt of anxiety drape over their shoulders. Dottie's coping method was to stay quiet and clutch on to Angel. But Angel, did you lose your scythe? Is it the bones? Yes, both women say. It chuckled. Your reactions are more tame than others. Most would scream or run away, only to find that there is nearly no way out. Angel held up a hand, stopping Dot before she spoke. Say that last part again? Most would scream? No, the other part. Ah, the almost no way out part. Yes, I walked in as you did with my comrade. The goosegrass are nasty little things. Dot apologized profusely, gripping onto the knitted fabric on her shoulders. Her knuckles were rosy and full of life, but they went pallid as her franticness spiraled over her pretty face. Angel had doubts. Determined, she marched toward the goosegrass, white-knuckling past the webs, only to materialize back at the stupid mulberries. Doubt debunked. There is one way. Dottie asked, what? As if it were a magician, the creature revealed 2 coins from each of their ears. Use these as safe passage through the thicket. If you can find the crossroads man before sunrise, he might guide you, if you can persuade him. Dottie and Angel cautiously took the coins. Problem? Angel sighed. Our charisma, that is to say, we wouldn't even be able to convince a mouse to sample cheese. There is always staying here forever. Never a chance to move on from this life. Both ladies gripped their coins. That wasn't an option either. He sometimes walks his dog beyond the density of this thicket. Follow that creek. The skeleton pointed to a shallow stream. To the juniper cluster. Do not take from the forest unless it is a gift, or your soul will endure the same fate as my comrade. Dottie quirked her brow. Doesn't our soul get trapped here? There are toils far more off-putting than a lockdown. The spirit of this place preserves her home. Now, hurry along. They followed the creek as instructed, carrying a coin in their pockets. The tree stump, gnarled in vines, brushwood, fuzzy moss, all of that vegetation wrapped around the shallow creek. Not a single juniper, nor a man with a dog. The crickets and birds chirped anxiously as they drew closer to the tree stump. Dottie groaned. It's only 15 minutes, Angel remarked. Her little companion huffed. I didn't know. I left my phone in the car and my wristwatch stopped working. Not everyone can count time like you. Angel checked the leather-bound watch on her wrist. The hands didn't move beyond the time they entered the growth. Mine was working earlier. You think it's this place? Why? Don't you think it's just busted? Dottie countered. Because watches don't synchronize when they stop working. Give me yours. Dottie offered her wrist and held onto her shawl as Angel sealed the gap between them. Same time, even by the second, Angel murmured. 2 by 2, the birds fled. Angel raised her chin to watch. The little crickets fell quiet, too. She dropped her gaze to the bushes as their fuzzy leaves rustled without a lick of wind. It ceased when her eyes lingered. Well, great. Now we can't keep track of time. We'll just have to find the crossroads man quicker. Zip it. Excuse me? Angel clamped Dot's chatty Cathy mouth with a knobby hand. That wasn't enough to stop her, though. Dot stupidly licked her clamped hand and ducked out. With disgust, Angel wiped her hand against her pants. Don't act like your height. I saw something. I don't think you know what you saw. Dottie sniffed. Angel pursed her lips. That's not... You're insufferable. It's not like that. Then what... An oversized wolf slid out of the brushwood and entered the clearing. His pelt drenched in a variety of magnificent gray tones and thick muscle under the rosy tone of the setting sun. How did he even fit in that cluster of bushes? Angel shielded Dottie with her body, holding her hand steady. That's what, Angel growled. The wolf snorted. There's no need for aggression. I do not wish to eat you. A skeleton approached them nearby 20 minutes ago. Surely a giant wolf who talked was logical at this point. All Angel cared about was Dottie's safety. Thanks, I feel so much better, Angel sneered. The wolf seemed to chuckle. Dottie peeked out from behind Angel. Hello. The wolf tucked his ears as he circled the ladies. Angel kept herself between the large creature and Dot. I thought you would be interested in some help. I could find that man for you. Really? Could you? Dottie asked. Angel cast a steely gaze on him. What's the catch? The wolf sat and tucked his chin in. You think so poorly of me. Dottie smiled warmly. Don't worry about her. You want to help us? I do. For a favor. Angel took Dottie by the hand. Of course there's a catch. Let's move on, Dot. We're pushing into sunset. Dottie smiled sadly to the wolf as Angel yanked her away. The wolf's tail thumped the dirt as he witnessed the ladies leave. He watched the stream run toward the patch ahead. At first glance, things might seem dead. Dottie stumbled across the damp swatch of ground as Angel led. Ange, stop, he's gone, Dottie whined. That we know of. Ange, for my sanity and my wrist, please stop, she begged. Angel's foot slapped into mud and the thicket grew silent. She turned over her shoulder and a bruise bloomed on Dot's wrist. Angel jerked away as if she had touched burning iron. Shit, sorry, Dot. I should have said something sooner. Dot blushed furiously. Sooner? I did! You never listen, Angel. You get worked up whenever something goes bad. I know this is my fault, and I always think, why do you put up with me? Dot. Hot tears rolled down. I know. I'm a mess. My car is shitty. I can't even make a proper coffee pot, and I dragged you down. Angel winced. She couldn't help herself. She knew it wasn't the right time nor place, but her mouth still ran on. Pot of coffee. See? Why are you here? Dot doesn't know. Angel opened her mouth, but... If I may interrupt your lovely quarrel... Angel looked at the other side of the stream, spotting the wolf. Go away, Angel barked. We don't want your help. You might change your mind. He gestured his nose toward the little cavity in their path. A small patch of decaying pumpkins. A child couldn't even take one home to carve out his silly face. There might be creepy crawlies squirming inside. Angel's lips twisted. She hoped the crawlies didn't have 8 legs. The pumpkins are the least of your worries, miss. Look. The wolf warned. He flicked his nose again, towards a wood cross bearing a scarecrow. Vines and roots of every color gnarled around its legs. The farmer's costume grasped the scarecrow's torso for dear life, for it had several gashes along the denim. Hay and dried crimson stuck out in several directions. Dottie tilted her head. We need to be worried about a scarecrow? Angel frowned. Let me guess. It moves. The wolf steps forward. If you look away, she does. Dottie moaned. Why is this place so weird? Why is there a pumpkin patch? The wolf chuckled. Once a woman got lost here. Tried to take some berries from the bushes. In turn, the forest punished her. Rather than sending her to her grave, her soul was fused into that. She still had her seeds from her farm in her pocket and tried to resume her life here. So she stalks people? Angel asked incredulously. He nodded. It gives her a thrill. Now, be on your guard. Angel went to hold Dottie, but she slipped from her grasp. A pang of tension struck Angel's chest as the little woman moved ahead with the wolf. In the corner of her eye, Angel could swear she saw the scarecrow wink. It wasn't a trick of the eye. She shoved her hands into her pockets and marched forward. As long as someone has a gaze on the old woman, no harm will come to us, the wolf said. Dottie slipped out her coin. What about this? Would this help? Angel bit her lip as the wolf sniffed the metal. You got this from the skeleton. Interesting. No, that won't do here. She has no need for coins. One of the pumpkins cracked, and Angel jerked her attention to the scarecrow. It moved 20 feet from its post, but it stood as stiff as a board as Angel kept her eyes trained on the burlap face. Why does she put up with me? Angel's stomach twisted. Dot felt that way? Halfway through the patch, Angel heard a thud, and shortly after, Dottie yelped. She broke into a run and caught up with the two. What happened? She slipped. Angel scrutinized Dottie's ankle and tapped it. Dottie winced. Well, it isn't swelling, but it's out of use. You'll need to piggyback for now, Angel said. Dottie gazed hopefully to the wolf, and that pang took hold of Angel's chest again. No trouble. Hop on. Another thud clapped the floor, and Angel jerked her head. Surely enough, there was Miss Scarecrow. That stitched smile on burlap curled just a little tighter. What will happen if she does catch us? Dottie asked. You don't want to know. She's too fast for sanity to catch up with her. There are toils far more off-putting than a lockdown. While Angel kept her wary eye on the haunted scarecrow, Dottie attempted to mount the large wolf, but it took some coordination, which she lacked even more so. A bit of gold that dripped above went out. Dottie gripped his fur. Is it night? Not quite, but we're losing sunshine. Let's move on. Why are you helping us? I told you. I have a favor to ask. Dottie frowned. But what if we can't help you with it? Don't you worry. It's simple. Why did she wish she was carrying Dot instead? Angel weaved around the pumpkins with her heels pointed towards Dot and her ally. Friend was too strong a word for the wolf. She wouldn't trust him as far as she could throw him. They wouldn't have known about the scarecrow, but what did he want? She shouldn't stray from the patch. She likes it there. We should be able to get to the crossroads man in no time, Dottie cheered. Don't celebrate yet. Angel joined them. Why not? Angel saw it swaying in the distance. Because that's in our way. Giant wolf, a haunted pumpkin patch, and now a spider's nest. All troublesome interference. A ribbon of the dusk cut through above, glittering the translucent threads. Why couldn't it be cats? I hate spiders, Angel groaned. The wolf gave a curious eye. Animated scarecrows don't do it for you, but spiders give you the willies? The Poindexter balled her fists. I don't want any lip from you. Dottie cleared her throat. Angel, do you want to be stuck here forever? If it means dealing with spiders, yes, I'll wear overalls and grow a squash patch across from Mrs. Scarecrow's. We'll have fine wine on Wednesdays and scare the crap out of... Angel gulped. I don't wanna. Angel whimpered. Do I gotta? Yes. I care not either way, but if it shall erase your woes, all you need to do is not tamper with the threads. Angel's jaw locked. The threads are everywhere! As long as the sun shines, we'll be fine, he soothed. Gingerly, Dot's hand crept to Angel's. She gave it a squeeze. Squeeze it when you get scared. Nigh immediately, Angel squeezed Dot's hand until their hands turned red. Dottie winced. Then they both giggled. Things weren't better, but they were tolerable. With a deep breath, Angel trudged. The further they went, the closer they huddled. The trees liked to cluster, and Angel made small, startled noises as they passed by the trees gnarled in silk. Then, the sunlight went out. Angel dug her heels into the ground, almost yanking Dot off her mount. What? The light's gone. We're almost there, the wolf said. Just beyond here. No way. You said as long as the sun is up, we'll be fine. No more sun. No, I don't do spiders. We're so close, Dottie countered. Angel, please. There it was again, that pang. Angel whimpered like she was about to face her gravestone, took a collective breath, and stuck to them like glue as they fumbled through dirt. The ladies squinted as best they could.
A itsy bitsy spider went up the water spout.
Wolf, Angel growled. That wasn't me.
Down came the rain and washed the spider out.
It ain't me, Dottie insisted.
How does the rest go again?
Out came the sun? Dottie asked.
Don't help it,
Angel snapped. Miss Spider, they have the right to pass, the wolf gruffed.
Fine. You're no fun, Wolf. You used to be, when the skeleton's friend chopped that one tree by the brushwood.
Miss Spider, the wolf warned.
What? He got what he deserved.
What did he get? Dottie asked.
Did you see that ash tree in the front?
Miss Spider purred. Dottie blinked. That tree is a man?
In a manner of speaking, yes. His spirit was fused with the tree as punishment.
That's enough, Miss Spider.
Boo. Fine.
In the clearing of the thicket, they could see the brushwood of juniper, and the stream trickled smoothly. They kept their pace as moonlight peppered along the canopy's leaves. Who was that? Dottie asked. Miss Spider. She likes to play games. Well, there he is. He pointed towards two shadows, one of a man with a hat and one of a dog sniffing juniper. What about your favor? Ah, yes. I would like your shawl for my cubs. The winters run cold. With the help of Angel, Dottie dismounted the wolf and draped her shawl over him. Much obliged. Oh, and one last thing. Do not speak to him. Hand him the coins, and he will do the rest. Why not? Dottie asked. You do not wish to know. The wolf parted ways, with that knitted shawl tied on his back, letting the ladies offer their coins to the crossroads man. He took the coins, tipped his hat gentlemanly, and started a walk with his pup. The silence dragged on as they arrived at the goosegrass entrance. With another gentlemanly tip of his hat, the man parted ways and vanished. Angel and Dottie gazed at the ash tree, which was just a tree when they walked in. Dot, back there, I was a mess. Angel cupped her hand on Dot's cheek, silencing her. Dot, I love your shitty car, and your awful coffee, and your silly adventures. And throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Proof once again that the pantsing method prevails. They don't? Oh, of course. So spiders don't have mandibles to click. Darn, there was a story I did that Arachnar wrote about a spider where I did that clicking and everybody was like really happy that I did that and said it added it to the ambiance. So I was like, I'll do it again here. But no, apparently not. Hello and goodbye, Bitzer. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. The Documancer pantsed like no one has pantsed before. Amazing. Alright. Oh yay, spiders. This is not ironic. I actually do like spiders. You are embodying Arachnar. Too fast for sanity. That is a prompt. Pumpkin worms, ew. Worms, ew. Fixed it for you. I mean, I can assure you he was already thinking that. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Stylish Fall. And second, third, Lotus. Welcome. Sorry I couldn't answer, but yeah, I was, reading our second place winner for the Halloween contest. And after we discuss this story, then I will read the third place winner as well. Okay, gotta have to get to work soon to take all my bids. I appreciate your bids. Mako click click is good! Documancer says, I was surprised with the clicks. I think it added to the ambiance, so that's good to hear. Yes, hello again. Alright, so do you guys have any comments, either overall or specific, about this story? Please don't hesitate to mention them. But in the meantime, I will start talking. I think Documancer had notes, and I think I carried them over. So weird to have so much to scroll. Toastiness Medium. Thank you. I prefer the term anti-hero for all the advice. I almost gave up on the contest altogether. And you're welcome. 1, does the end have a good pace, or do I need to add more suspense so it doesn't feel doctored or rushed? 2, do all the word bank words flow into the story, or does it feel like I slapped them into the story? 3, are there any funny moments? Do you have a favorite? Do any of the punchlines seem odd or out of place to you? And then Documancer had the words there as well, but I removed that. Challenges make the end wholesome. Notes, all the words used are colored in the document. Total 15. My plan is to make this a spooky, cozy story about 2 very different friends who get stuck in a thicket connected to purgatory. It's a limbo of sorts. There will be ethereal creatures and strange phenomena that the characters experience and must pass through. I'm going for over-the-garden-wall vibes. Not everything is as it seems vibes. They need to keep moving forward if they want to save their souls. So yeah, I actually didn't even see your note that you intended it to have over-the-garden-wall vibes, and I was already saying that in the notes. Unless I said that the first time I read it and you were like, I like that, let me put that in the notes. But yeah, this is totally those vibes of like just going to each new thing, and each new thing has like this weird spookiness about it that we have to deal with, and then also there's the vibes of like, is this purgatory? Are we dead? Is this just a strange place we've stumbled into? Like, what is this place? It totally has those vibes as well. So yeah, I think you did the vibes great, and I also think that is why you got a considerable amount of votes. At least that's why you got a vote from me, is that I was just like vibes. that actually is... I did still write when I answered my own Google form. I still wrote like some of my reasonings, but I kind of like wrote them short. And it was like, first place, this one for the vibes. Second place, this one for the vibes. So yeah, I thought this one had awesome vibes. I think it was MakerCam who pointed out that it also has haunted house vibes. It kind of feels like you are somebody walking through a haunted house, and you're like, oh, here's the spooky spider, and here's the scarecrow, and stuff like that, which is really neat, perfect for Halloween. I really like that. And yeah, and it is interesting because it does, even though there's like a lot of like, ooh, spooky things are happening, it also feels cozy, which again is what Over the Garden Wall feels like. So very, very cool there. So I think that, and I did like already say most of my critiques, but I'll just kind of try and go over some new things. So I do think there is something to be said about the fact that there are all these things that are set up as like very threatening, but none of them end up actually really posing a threat. And I don't think I think it's the biggest issue with the spider, but I'll go over the scarecrow first, that I would have liked to see more effort put into not looking at the scarecrow, because it seems like he's like, don't look at her, she will move and steal your souls. All right, let's keep walking. And then they aren't looking at her. And especially since Dot is riding on the back of the wolf, it doesn't feel difficult for her to just like sit backwards and watch, kind of thing. And laser focused on her until they get away from the pumpkin patch. But it kind of just feels like they are gravely threatened and then immediately look away. And there is like I think at the end as they're leaving, a long stretch of time where they're looking away. And especially with those words of like, she's too fast for sanity to catch up to her. There's the next ad. It's like if, like A, with that line, if she's too fast for sanity to catch up with her, and B, because I know about weeping angels, it feels like the minute you look away, bang, she's got you. And so the fact that they look away and all that happens is like she smiles creepily and she winks and stuff like that. While those things are great and I love how spooky they are and awesome vibes, they don't feel like they match up with the description. That it feels like, no, you should be dead. Or it should be like they turn away for a second and then she's right there and it's like, holy crap, you know, that kind of thing. And so I think either toning it down on the warnings and making her in the warnings a bit less scary so that it doesn't seem so much like, oh, if you look away for a second, it's okay, but if you look away for longer, it's not okay. Or you could indeed have that happen and have it be they do look away and then kaboom, she's there, you know, that kind of thing. And then with the spider, I think the spider, like, but at the same time, even though I have those critiques, I did think the scarecrow really worked. I did really like the smiles and the winks and the spookiness, and you could tell she's enjoying this, she's having fun, and like I said in my comments on the doc, it's like, if I were a scarecrow trapped there with nobody to talk to, I would have fun stalking people, you know, like, I totally get it. I love being able to relate to this spooky scarecrow. That it's like, you know what? That is totally fair. You do you. I would not like my soul stolen, but I get that you're bored and you want some fun. I also honestly do love, like, even though Angel was just, like, making a joke and being sarcastic. Oh, there's the ad. Is the kitty here, or did I let her out? Oh, yeah, there she is. Oh, you're cute. Oh, you're cute, cat. Ben. I don't know if I can show her to you. She's, like, way over there. I guess I can show for, I don't know if any new people are here to see it, but if anybody didn't see, here's a new fancy book I got that's kind of a Halloween present / early birthday present for myself. It is The Fall of Arthur, translated by J.R.R. Tolkien. I really love this cover. What is the... So cool. Oh, wow. So we have at the beginning, like, these bits in, like, poetry, which I think is the Whoa! Look at that. It's like a note from Tolkien. There's nothing that says what it is. It's just there. It's just a cool thing that's, like, randomly there. That's, it seems to be copied from Tolkien's handwriting. That's, like, the coolest thing I've ever seen on a cover page. Interesting. The contents are foreword, The Fall of Arthur, so that's the poem part. The poem in Arthurian tradition, the unwritten poem and its relation to the Silmarillion, the evolution of the poem, and appendix Old English verse. Yeah, so we have the part like he translated, And then over here is the poem from Arthurian tradition. And then the unwritten poem. I saw Numenor. Yeah, the evolution of the poem. This is so neat. Love this. I don't know if, according to what I read, he wrote this. I don't know a lot of research on it, so maybe he did write it. I'm unsure, but because it's called The Fall of Arthur, and King Arthur is Le Mort d'Arthur is actually what it's the actual name of it, makes me think that this is a translation, and then also the fact that it's like the poem from Arthurian tradition is in here makes me think, here's the one from Arthurian tradition, and now here's Tolkien's version. But I don't know for sure. So The Fall of Arthur is an unfinished poem by J.R.R. Tolkien on the legend of King Arthur. A posthumous first edition of the poem was published by HarperCollins in 2013. Gotcha. Okay, so it might be more of just like a poem that he wrote about Arthur and not like something that he translated. Scare? What was scary? Oh, that I came back. Hello, I'm back. So I was talking about the oh, it entered too soon. That's so funny. So regarding the spider, that's the one where I really felt the effects of it, oh no, brain. Work, little brain. Grab that brain cell. So the spider is set up as this very scary thing in multiple ways. So, number one, Angel is scared of it. And Angel's the one who's very put together, who's very skeptical. And so the fact that she's scared of it is like, ooh, the stakes have been upped. And it, like, just in general, yeah, I get why a spider is threatening and scary. But then we also have even more of, like, as long as you don't touch the threads, it'll be fine. And then Angel says the threads are everywhere. And then we also have, as long as we have the sun, we'll be fine. But it feels like none of those end up coming to fruition or really having any threat. You don't even really describe them trying to avoid the threads. And it's like, if they're everywhere, I would like to see at least a little paragraph of description of, you know, them walking over threads, being very careful, playing limbo with the threads, stuff like that. And then, you know, like, the spider just kind of goes away very easily. And so either having the spider not show up or having her show up as a threat and them have to do something more than just say, hey, go away, for her to go away. And so it ends up feeling like, and then they do run out of sunlight, but it ends up being fine. And so it seems like these wonderful stakes have been set up, and I'm so ready to see how they avoid certain doom. But it seems like the doom, all three dooms, the doom of the threads, the spider, and the sunlight, they all come to pass, and nothing happens. Nothing bad happens due to it. So I think having something, you know, actually happen, with the spider, or just having them avoid her entirely, as much as I do like her creepy vibes and her singing the nursery rhyme, I do, it might be better to be like, okay, we avoided her, you know, kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Go away, please. Okay. Yep. And that, I think that is part of why it ends up feeling like a haunted house, because yeah, like in a haunted house you could totally have that kind of interaction where it's like, oh, avoid the threads, and then you're just walking through the haunted house, and then it's like, oh, there's the spider, and in the haunted house, like, she can't actually attack the guests, and so, you know, you can have the guide or another character in the haunted house tell her to go away and stuff like that, and that would work. but in a story that doesn't work nearly so well. And but nonetheless, but I do still like it. I do still like the interaction and the vibes and stuff like that. I just wanted a bit more. And then, like, as for the ending, so actually, um, so I critiqued the ending the first time I read this because I was like, the wholesome thing feels more like a, yeah, like a cute thing at the end, and I was kind of critiquing it for that. But, like, reading this again now, I did not get the ending properly. The ending worked way better for me this time because it's not like it's not just a random statement of like, I love your adventures, Dot. It's her addressing her insecurities. It's that the whole story, Dot, is like, why does she put up with me? And then ends up actually saying that out loud. And then Angel is like, I am addressing that. Like, I care about you. I love you and your dumb coffee. I love you and the car and the coffee and then the adventures and stuff like that, This isn't stuff that makes you useless. This isn't stuff that makes me dislike you or anything like that. I love your dumb face. Amazing. So I liked it way better the second time I read it. I do have some mixed feelings about that in general, because I really like that you went for this deeper thing. This was also something that I was praising Spectre for, of like having a deeper emotional character theme, and I think that is something that's going on here as well, that it's like Dot feels useless. It's not just dee we have adventure and we gotta save our souls. There's also this deeper thing that we can all relate to, of like, oh, or some of us at least can relate to, of I feel useless. I feel like I'm messing everything up. And so I do really like that and enjoy that you went for that. But I also feel like there are some aspects of it that could be a little bit smoother. And I think especially, I'll see if I can find it, how it actually ended up coming out. Let's see. Sooner I did. You never listen, Angel. You get worked up whenever something goes bad. I know this is my fault, and I always think, why do you put up with me? I think something that could definitely help with that is saying, why does she put up with me? And saying, like, I know this is my fault, and I always think, why does she put up with me? Which is really interesting, because it's the reverse. She had some thoughts earlier. I don't know if I can find them. They might be too far away. But there were some thoughts earlier that should have been first person present tense, but were in past third person. And I was gonna say that they should be in first present, and then this one's kind of the opposite, that it actually should be in third person of, why does she put up with me? And so that, I don't know if that would completely cover it and make sure that it sounds better. Well, I guess I can read it that way. Dot blushed furiously. Sooner I did. You never listen, Angel. You get worked up whenever something goes bad. I know this is my fault, and I always think, why does she put up with me? Yeah, I think it's more that transition of, I know this is my fault, and I always think, why does she put up with me? I think if you had more of a build-up, that if this came before, if it was, sooner I did. You never listen, Angel. You get worked up whenever something goes bad. Dot. Hot tears rolled down. I know, I'm a mess. My car is shitty. I can't even make a proper coffee pot, and I drag you down. Angel winced. She couldn't help herself. She knew it wasn't the right time nor place, but her mouth still ran on. Pot of coffee. see? Why are you here? I know this is my fault, and I always think, why do you put up with me? Oh yeah, I think that would work. I think it's just too fast, but yeah, I think if that's the end and all of this comes before that climax, I think that would work. So I didn't realize what the pot of coffee thing was about, because I did not clock anything weird about Dot saying coffee pot. And so it, honestly, how I read it, like the first 3 times, was, I know I'm a mess. My car is shitty. I can't even make a proper coffee pot, and I dragged you down. Angel winced. She couldn't help herself. She knew it wasn't the right time or place, but her mouth still ran on. Pot of coffee. Just like a thought that started but never finished of like, pot of coffee. And I was like, what? So, and that, I don't know, of course it works better now that I know exactly what you meant. But that does feel like rudely pedantic. And I guess that is kind of the point, and that makes the climax at the end hit harder, is that she is correcting her even here and now. But it's very strongly does not feel like the right time or place to be correcting her grammar. But anyway, so, I'm trying to think if there's other things I might, critique regarding, like, that theme. I do really like at the beginning that it's like, aha, I can make myself useful. And so she kind of ends up doing something a little dumb, going out into the forest after a strange shadow because she doesn't want to be useless. Like, that makes so much sense, and I think that's very real, that a lot of people would do stuff like that. It'd be like, yeah, I'm doing something kind of dumb, but I'm trying to make things better. I'm trying to feel useful. Stuff like that. I do love the lovely coral. That is fun. I love the description of the pumpkins and how you, I think this is an addition. I like how you mentioned the spider fear earlier. If you look away, she does. That's great. Gives her a thrill. That's great. I feel like if I go over this in detail, most of it's going to be, this is great, this is great, this is great. So these here, this is difficult because you did make their actual dialogue italics, but when someone is remembering a quote from someone else, it is supposed to still be in quotes, but also in italics. Usually, because the actual quote would be in normal talk, it would be very clear, oh, this is a remembering of a quote once it's in italics. But because I understand why you didn't put the quotes there, because that does make it a bit confusing. But if you'll notice, I think I messed up on both of them. I messed up on both the callbacks of this one and then also the why does she put up with me one. Because I didn't remember / realize, oh, this is a memory of a quote from someone else, not just a thought from this person. And that does kind of go along with what I was talking about before, and this would be interesting to discuss with everybody. So I think that totally works to have these creatures, the purgatory creatures, the forest creatures, speak in italics, because it adds to their spooky otherworldliness. It feels like they're talking to us, but there's like a veil that is distorting their words, stuff like that. So I really like that a lot. But as I think I said before, this is one instance. Oh, it's not gonna work super well because it's all bolded. But this is one instance where you could bold the words, and of course, okay, here let's do that. So it would be like this. Yeah, it doesn't work as well because I bold everything on this. But I think usually I do not recommend using bold for anything because that's just not really something people use in like novels and stuff very often, but there are some exceptions. There are some things that you can use it for, and this is one instance where, if you so desired, you could put the forest creature's words in bold or bold and italics, and that would, well, I was about to say that would make it work for the memories. It would only work if it was just in bold. If you had just their words in bold and then the memories were bold and italics. But now that I think about it, maybe that is too complicated. But that's a thought. And like I said, the italics works really well, and I do think italics should be the default of where your brain goes. But I think that's very interesting how that you could use the bold and it would work. Well, here's the thing. So, Ghoulish saying, quote, double quotes, quoting, double quotes, quote, single quotes, quoting, double quotes, a quotation, single quotes, of a quote, double quotes. This is accurate, but the problem is that this is not quoting a quote. This is not them saying, like, Dot isn't quoting the skeleton out loud and saying, oh, there are toll oils far more off-putting than in a lockdown. If that were the case, then you would do double quote, single quote. But it's just a memory in someone's head of a quote. So it would just be normal quotes, which makes it confusing. But you do bring up a good point that I guess what I would probably do, this is something I do, I don't know if it's technically correct, but I would probably do that. I would probably put it in single quotes just to flag you down, hey, this is a quote, but it's not like the quote above. It's not something being said out loud right now, but it is a quote. So you could do that. That actually would probably be what I would recommend personally. Meow. Yeah, and I do really like how you see both of their, like, fears come out, and how we have Dot's fear of being useless, but we also have, like, Angel seems so tough and afraid of nothing, but then we actually do see her being afraid of spiders. I think that works very well. Oh, yeah. I remember one of my other biggest critiques for the piece that I want to hear your guys' thoughts on is that it's early. Just a minute earlier. Where is the snap, crackle, pop of the bones? Of the knee bones. Oh, here we go. Her knobby kneecaps crunched the same way rice cereal snap, crackle, pops in milk as she stood up. And then we also have, I don't know if I can find it, but you say knobby hand. I think that one's for Angel. Can I use the search function? Next one. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so Angel clamps Dot's chatty Kathy mouth with a knobby hand. So those things, especially those things together, very much make me think, these are old ladies. And I did say that to Documancer, and Documancer was like, no, they're in their 20s. And she was like, well, when even in your 20s, your knees snap, crackle, pop. That is true. Like, I definitely have experienced that. Like, don't get me wrong. There was one time recently where I was at the chiropractor and my back cracked so loudly that the receptionist could hear it. So, like, I totally get that. However, this isn't really something that I hear described and given such emphasis to for a younger character. And so it reads to me like, aha, like this is your indication that like these are old ladies. And then especially when you add to it knobby hand, like again, that reads like this is a knobby, wrinkled old lady hand, not a 30-year-old hand or a 20-year-old hand. And so I see Documancer saying 30s. The critique remains the same. It's not that, even though that does make it a little bit better. Like I said, to me, like it would work if you could just say like, you know, she got out of the car and her knees cracked. That would work. But the fact that you said like, and like, I guess even that might make me think she's an old lady. But the fact that you gave the emphasis of like, it's not just a little knee crack. It's a snap, crackle, pop of her knobby knees. And knobby in both cases is, makes them seem like old ladies as well. So, and then you could keep the description, but then add something more of like, you could explicitly say something like, you know, like she didn't think her knees would be cracking like this even in her 30s, you know, or I'm too young for my knees to be snap, crackle, popping or something like that. But I mean, that would have made me think that they were old ladies even more. Saying, like Gula says, you could have had one complain about their back. Again, that very much feels like, oh, my back, you know? And that's not to say people in their 30s don't have back problems. Unfortunately, they do. It's just that in writing, when you don't have any other indication of what their ages are, if you're saying their knees are knobby, they're snap, crackle, poppin', they're complaining about their backs, they have knobby hands, all those things read to me as like, this is the author specifically specifying these things to convey that these are old ladies. Because I think most authors would not specify these things, or am not used to an author specifying these things for a character in their 30s. So, at least for me, either you need to specify it, but also specify, hey, we're in our 30s. Hey, yo, I'm 30 years old. Or use a different description, or or take it out entirely, or tone down the description a little bit. I'm not saying you don't. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but nobody's getting it. Yes, your knees do crack in your 30s. My knees crack in my 20s. I mean, do you hear that? That one's not doing it. Wow, oh, there you go. Like, I don't know if you can hear that. My shoulders crack whenever I do this. So, like, yes, absolutely, that is a thing that happens in your 30s. I'm not saying it's not realistic. I'm just saying the emphasis it's given, and the other descriptions around it, and stuff like, and the fact that this is not usually specified in writing for characters in their 30s, all those things read to me like clues that they're old ladies, even though these things can happen with people in their 30s. I'm impressed and distressed. I can hear your shoulder. Yeah, it's my shoulder. I was very surprised when I did it that first time and it didn't do it. I think it's just the angle that I'm sitting. My shoulders never don't do that. I don't know if it's because I'm hypermobile, so I can do stuff like that. But so that could be why, but I'm not sure. Anyways,
Kitty. Kibble! Oh, the kibble!
Anyways, let's see. I still love the wolf. He is best boy. I love the shawl favor so much. I was totally expecting like Angel, a much darker favor, and I was like, you need to know what that favor is before, like, he seems nice, but you should probably figure out what that is before you like are giving him your soul. And so I love that it was so gentle and benign, and that makes it feel so folklorish and fable-ish. It's just great.
Yeah. Oh, the cat. Hello. Oh, hello.
So actually, I guess I have a question of, and I don't want to scroll back to it, but the skeleton's like, be careful, don't take anything from the forest or terrible things will happen. And they're like, well, doesn't our soul get locked up in here? And he's like, it was just there. Their toil is far more off-putting than a lockdown. But that does feel like what the situation is. Ash Tree Man got locked down as an ash tree. Scarecrow Lady got locked down as a scarecrow. So that feels like exactly what the punishments are a type of lockdown. So I'm not sure what the distinction is you're trying to make. Oh yeah, and then as for like the ending itself, I did say this in my review as well, especially now that I'm cool with this line and I actually quite like it. This line I do think is the weakest part of the ending. I saw the reviews and most people were like, yeah, like it did feel a little rushed, but I was fine with it. And I was more on the lane of like, it did feel rushed and like, it's not the worst I've seen and there are ways that it works. But I was more on the side of not really fine with it. But it was more than anything, I think it has a lot to do with the silence dragged on as they arrived at the Goosegrass entrance. That doesn't give me enough of an impression of this was a nice long walk, that he was guiding them all the way back to where they started. Like, the silence dragged on is something, it helps, but it's not enough to convey that sense of time. And so I think if you had more in here, like you talked about, oh, they passed the scarecrow once again. They passed this thing. They passed that thing. And then here we are at the Goosegrass entrance. You know, I think that would work better. Oh yeah, and another thing is at the beginning, I do think if you I think this one's less of a bother than the ending, but I do think if you had conveyed more of they're off the beaten track, that it kind of feels like they take 3 steps away from the car and they're in purgatory. And so I think giving more, like, I don't know exactly how you can do it because it does feel like the forest is right off the road. But maybe you could, I don't know, have the forest seem more normal by their car, and then as they get further into the forest, it gets weirder and weirder. I'm not sure. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it's harder than I thought to convey that. I guess maybe you could have them, like, crash their car, crash the shitmobile into the forest instead of on the road, that it's like, or maybe the car... Ooh, maybe they, like, lose control of the car and spin out, like, into the forest. I guess that could be a problem with them getting out. maybe that could be a thing where it's, like, their car, like, spins out into a forest and it almost seems like they went through a portal or something. They don't even know what happened. And then the Crossroads man, like, taps their car and it's better or something like that. That could be like spooky good, that it's weird but he helped or something like that, and that would give more weight, even more weight to the Crossroads man, which I guess is another way to talk about the ending, which is that the Crossroads man is the climax, that the skeleton is like, find the Crossroads man, and he's the entire goal of everything. Oh, cat. Here is the cat's contribution to your story. And so the fact that the Crossroads man is not really nothing really happens with him, that it's just like, yep, he tips his hat and we're back, you know. I want a little more from him, and so I do think if he did something like fix the car, that would give a little more weight to him being the goal of the story and stuff like that. Let's see here. Well, in addition to being locked down, they aren't themselves anymore. Oh, is that the distinction? It's so you're not thinking of a tree as like, I am locked as a tree. You're thinking of it as being stuck in this forest as me would be one thing. Being stuck in this forest as a tree is another thing. Documancer. The distinction is that they could still be in their own bodies versus being shoved into a different body. For example, the ash tree man, he loses his mobility. He can't go anywhere. The scarecrow's punishment was turning into the scarecrow. She doesn't have her physical body, and she's in the brittle body that can get more holes in it, less durable than bone and skin. Skeleton stole the berry, so he lost all his skin and flesh. My alignment is spooky good. That's great. Gotcha. That does make more sense. I guess in that case, like, oh, I don't know if I can find it. So toils was a little bit of a strange word to use there, but I knew you were using it for the word bank, and I was like, it's fine. It could be stranger. But as you're talking about that actually could have hindered you a little bit, because saying toils, like there are toils more scary than a lockdown, kind of feels more like a thing that you do, not a thing that you are. And so that kind of put me in the mindset of like, well, what they're doing is being locked down. What they're doing is cursed. You know, what they're doing is stalking people because they're locked down and have nothing else to do. So I do wonder if, like, fate, if you said there are fates, more, I don't know, more scary than a lockdown. I don't remember the wording there, but, yeah, their fates, you know, more troublesome than a lockdown. I think that would seem more like, I'm not talking about, like, the space that you're in and the things that you're doing. I am talking about the thing you become. Oh, yeah, I really like this story. I can't tell, like, how much I'm critiquing it versus praising it, but, like, my overall feeling is I like the vibes. I voted this one very highly on my own list. I very much enjoyed it, and it had awesome vibes. Absolutely perfect for the season. Greatly enjoyed it. Spooky good is the chaotic good to cinnamon rolls lawful good. Oh yeah, I was also gonna say about the skeleton thing. I didn't recognize this on my early reads, but I thought that he was saying on, like, these last couple reads that the goosegrass ripped his skin off. Which I think is way more horrifying. And so if that's what you want, I think you should go with that. But if you want it to be more of the berries and stuff, I don't know if you might need to explain that more. That's a good kitty. Alright, but it's time to go on to our third story of our third place winner of the contest. This is also done in like 2 days with like a week of mild editing. Very fair. Thank you, Death said. Alrighty, Roo. The Haunting of Castle Lovos by The Haunting of Castle Lovos, Cal, by Death said. 3,500 words. Wind whispered like a ghostly chorus through the trees over Dorgu's head, shaking loose a flurry of autumn leaves. Ahead of the young squire rode his grandfather, Califrac, an old knight past his prime. Califrac's mustache and hair had turned silver, but his body was still strong, if achy some mornings. Behind Dorgu trailed Natailtha, the washerwoman, often called Nail for short. She was near Califrac's age, though her long hair was still mostly dark. Both had gone soft around their middles, Califrac hiding his with a steel cuirass, while Natiltha used a corset. The evening light filtered through the trees, pooling in clearings around them where autumn flowers sprouted. Beyond the road was a deep darkness, vast stretches of the forest still cloaked in shadow. A wolf's howl echoed over the wind, Dorgu frantically looking into those dark spaces for any sign of movement.
When are we going to get to the castle?
Won't be long now, Natiltha said soothingly. And there's nothing to worry about, Califrac said. Livos Valley is known to be safe. Then why does this lord need you to lead his garrison? Dorgu asked. The wind quieted, a second howl reverberating through the air, soon joined by a third. Califrac cleared his throat, patting the hilt of his sword. Your grandpa is more than a match for any mangy mongrel lurking here. Dorgu nodded, somewhat reassured. Soon the tree line broke, the road delivering them into a valley walled in on both sides by towering crags of stone. Cottages dotted the rolling landscape, some ringed by farms growing potatoes, pumpkins, or other autumn crops, while the rest were surrounded by flocks of sheep. To Dorgu's surprise, there were no fences in sight, except perhaps the walls of Castle Lovos looming in the distance. The trio rode along the rutted road, passing by locals tending fields or flocks. The unease of the forest gave way to unease of the people, for everyone Dorgu saw was scowling darkly at them, a few pointing accusingly. Grandpa, are we not welcome here? They'll get used to us. But what if they don't? We'll make do, Natiltha said. We need the coin and a place to stay for the winter. That's not very chivalrous. Lad, there are times when you have to set that aside to survive. Califrac sighed. We'll pick up worthy quests once we're on the other side of winter. Dorgu nodded, though his grandfather's words did not sit right in his heart as they continued on through the valley of unfriendly faces. The walls of rock drew closer as the castle came into focus. 4 Gothic towers rose into the sky, linked by a curtain wall, with pointed roofs, detailed stonework, and painted dark colors. Statues of fanged gargoyles and hostile birds glared down at Dorgu as they reined up before the gate. Califrac dismounted, striding up to the thick oak, barring their way, and clapping the knocker. A peephole opened, a single eye squinting out. Who goes there? Sir Califrac. Ah, you've been expected. The gate swung open, revealing a man in leather armor and metal helmet with a crooked smile. Riol the Hunter. We'll be serving Earl Tertig together. Indeed. How many men am I to lead? Only myself and the mercenary Ulknarmer remain. What? Haven't you recruited men from the valley? Riol laughed, harsh and mirthless. My good sir, we're to defend Earl Tertig from those men. Grandpa, I don't like this, Dorgu said. We've been to more inviting places, Natiltha added. We should at least speak with the man before walking out on a contract, Califrac sighed. Besides, we're all exhausted. Riol chuckled. Come, stable your horses and have some supper. Shalke and Kaldra's cooking is to die for, as it had better be, since they're the only serving staff left. Dorgu was gripped by the urge to flee, yet the unfriendly villagers and howling monsters in the dark forest hemmed him from behind. Hungry, tired, with no real choice in the matter, Dorgu dutifully followed his grandfather into the creepy castle. The smell of food drew Califrac and his entourage to the dining room inside the largest tower. The round domed chamber spanned the entire lower floor, with a circular table dominating the middle. At the far side sat the brooding Earl Tertig, a man with a thin beard and balding head, who picked at a plate of chicken with steamed carrots. He glanced at Califrac and beckoned him to approach. Halfway around the table, Califrac heard a hiss, his gaze falling upon a gray cat, glaring at him from under a chair. She batted at his leg with her claws and darted away. Don't mind Whiskers. She doesn't care for strangers, Tertig said dryly. He reached down to pet the cat, only for her to hiss again and run from the room. "And I am one still, despite months of feeding the prissy thing." "You are not from the valley?" Nataltha asked, taking a seat with Dorgu and Califrac. "No, the old Earl left these estates to me." "Did he not have family?" Dorgu asked. "They were killed by monsters from the woods," Tertig said. "And slaying those monsters is why I jumped at the chance to employ you, Sir Califrac." "Me?" "No need to feign modesty. Your reputation precedes you. I need you to hunt down the werewolves infesting the woods." Califrac stroked his mustache. "I would, of course, need 100 gold pieces per pelt," Tertig said evenly. Califrac reeled, gawking at the man. "With 2 pelts, I could pay off the lion's share of the debt. With more, I'd be in the clear and could put something away for Dorgu's future." While he pondered, 2 serving ladies brought in 3 plates of food and 3 cups of wine, and 1 watered down for Dorgu. Nataltha cleared her throat as they left. "May we think over this gracious offer?" "Why?" Dorgu asked. "There are monsters haunting these woods, and we must slay them." "But the sheep are roaming free," Nataltha murmured. "There hasn't been time to adjust to this new threat," Tertig said. "Sir Califrac, those wolves make a mockery of my rule. I must have your answer by noon tomorrow." "You shall have it," Califrac promised. "Good." With that, all 4 dug into their plates, though an air of unease lingered, despite Califrac's optimistic thoughts of paying off his debt. Nataltha found her room cold and hostile. The gargoyle heads carved into the walls were unnerving, while the sparse furniture of a plain bed, a table topped with a glowing candle, and an empty set of shelves left her feeling just as abandoned as the room. She turned to the serving women, the elder Shalke and her daughter Kalja, both blonde, fair, and obviously nervous. "I assume I'll be joining you." "That would be welcome," Shalke said, nodding once. "We've been short-staffed since I arrived, and found myself the only staff." "That's madness. What happened to the others?" "Tertig didn't get along with any of the old servants," Kalja muttered. "Ladies, please, what's wrong? You're both walking on eggshells." "The villagers!" Shalke snapped, her daughter nodding along. "Whenever I walk outside, they make it clear we're not welcome." "And the werewolves are a threat to us all," Kalja added. "How they cannot see that is beyond me, but I sleep every night with a loaded crossbow close at hand." "Is there a reason behind their anger?" "Earl Thorman was seen as one of them, while Tertig is seen as a usurper," Shalke said, exasperated. "Stars alone know why. I've served in 10 noble households, and one lord is much the same as any other." The woman departed, Nataltha frowning thoughtfully at their words. She strode across the cold wooden floor and snuffed out the candle before bedding down. Her troubled thoughts swirled like a waking nightmare until a scratching screech startled her. Nataltha lit the candle and tiptoed to the door, gingerly easing it open to peek into the hall. A chill rushed through Nataltha as another woman stared back, yet she blinked and saw that the woman was herself, reflected in a mirror at the end of the hall. And if that has a mundane explanation... Nataltha stepped to the attic ladder inside a closet and climbed up through a trap door into the cramped space overhead. Here she found a trio of bats scratching for a perch in the rafters of the conical roof, screeching to one another. Nataltha sighed in relief, lowering herself down the ladder and out into the hall. A gust of wind buffeted her, drawing her gaze to the mirror again. Only she saw another woman, one all in silver, with a younger face peeking under a hooded cloak, the spectre's yellow eyes glowing in the gloom. Nataltha threw herself back into the closet and slammed the door, holding the handle shut with white knuckles. Time stretched as she told herself that she had seen a distorted reflection of one of the serving women. Yet she knew better. Trapped, with nowhere to go, she forced herself to open the door and look once more into the hall. This time the mirror showed only her own reflection. "There's a ghost haunting this castle." Nataltha drew a warning sign with wax on her door and crept back into bed. Unable to sleep, she instead thought of the ghost woman, finding something sad in her golden gaze. The sun was setting when Califrac rode again through the gate at the head of a dubious band. While he trusted Dorgu, the poor boy was anxious and torn, holding the readied handgun in trembling hands. Meanwhile, Riol was arrogant, knowing they needed his tracking skills. But it was the sour mercenary Ulknarmer who gave Califrac the most worry. The man was shifty, irritable, and refused to speak more than a few words. And who can trust a man who fights only for coin? He looked over his motley troops, lifting his sword. Men, I know you can do it. Let's get out there and kill some werewolves. As you say, Ulknarmer muttered, caressing his axe.
We'll do it, Grandpa.
Shouldn't I be the one leading, eh? Riol asked. Unless you're a hunter now. Go on, then. We'll succeed or fail on your skills. Riol scowled briefly, though he quickly laughed and took the lead, the four riding from the castle. Califrac barely had time to take in the scenery when a gaggle of valley men dashed out into the road to block their path. The 8 were hardly a proper mob, but their farmyard tools turned weapons, and clear anger forced Califrac and his troop to rein up. The shortest amongst them stepped forward, a one-eyed man with a blocky face and strong arms. He lifted his scythe, the curved blade gleaming in the evening light. Turn back, now! Good man, we're to rid the woods of werewolves. Move aside, or be moved aside. Think you can fight, 8 men? Calmly, Califrac took his handgun from Dorgu, lighting a slow match with the other as he took aim. I am Sir Califrac, who has fought overwhelming numbers before, back when I didn't have a gun. If this comes to violence, you will die. Grandpa, Dorgu murmured, his hurt tone giving Califrac pause. The man with the scythe hesitated, but took another look at the gun and lowered his weapon, stepping aside with the others following his lead. Fighting the urge to turn back and flee behind the castle walls with his grandson, Califrac pressed on past the rows of villagers, still angry, still armed. Time stretched on towards infinity, as the weight of risking his grandson's life threatened to crush him. Relief flooded Califrac once they were past the gauntlet, making him lightheaded. Riol slapped him on the back. Good on you for staring down old Morg. Our last commander fled when confronted by half that many men. Stars above, why are they so hostile? Califrac shook his head, putting the slow match and handgun into loops of his saddle to keep them upright and ready. And Dorgu rode up beside him, distraught. Look up, lad. We're all right. But, Grandpa, do those men know something we don't? They didn't tell me. Because you threatened them. Be that as it may, we have a quest this evening. Why don't you and Nataltha try speaking with these people tomorrow? She has a way with words. We will, Dorgu said fiercely. That's the spirit, Califrac said, knowing somehow that his search would be fruitless and that the real truth would be discovered elsewhere. The noon sun was high overhead, the autumn heat thick, when Dorgu and Nataltha emerged from the castle. The pair walked down the valley road, looking for a chance, any chance, to speak with the locals. Dark looks and mutters were all that greeted them from those working the fields. That was until they came to a pumpkin patch on the side of a rather steep hill. Here, a woman and her son were happily harvesting their crops, both greeting Nataltha and Dorgu warmly as they carried their produce to a waiting handcart. Afternoon, the woman said. Name's Latra, and this boy of mine is Poil. Nataltha, though my friends call me Nail, and this boy is Dorgu. You're the first person here to not to give us the cold shoulder, Dorgu said. Most people don't like those who work for that dastardly earl who usurped old Thormund's young son, Bezorn. What happened to the boy? Nataltha asked. He vanished with his sister and mother after Thormund's death, Latra said hesitantly. That's awfully suspicious, Nataltha said. Please, tell us more. Don't know that it's my place to say. I need to know. Miss Nataltha, my son and I are newcomers ourselves, and I don't know that I can trust someone from the castle. We're only hired help. Latra sighed. Dorgu, could you help my son with the pumpkin harvest? I'll pay you with candy. Go on, Nataltha said reassuringly, flashing Dorgu a smile. That's not fair, Dorgu muttered. He walked up the hillock with Poil, the boys toiling to bring down one of the larger pumpkins. Latra watched them silently until a gust of wind rose. Without turning, her voice all but lost in the breeze, she said, Earl Tertig did usurp the rightful Earl, but the family can't contest him legally. Check the old Earl's grave. You'll find the tale I'm not allowed to tell, if you have the nerve, now. Nataltha shuddered, mortified at having to defile a grave to reach the hidden truth. The moon was bright in the sky when Califrac stepped out at the back gate with Nataltha, armed with prying bars, a sword, and a loaded handgun. The mausoleum of the old Earl's family loomed before them. The two exchanged a glance. Then Califrac looked up at the tower room where his grandson lay asleep. I thought bringing him along would be a foolish risk, but is he truly safe alone up there? It'll be all right, Cal, Nataltha said reassuringly. Come, let's hurry. Yes, hurry, Califrac murmured, the two running as though pursued. Twin domes rose amongst the grove of gnarled trees, a stone staircase sinking down beneath them. Califrac grasped his sword, and Nataltha readied the firearm as they descended. The door handle was molded into the visage of a wolf, Califrac inserting the key into the beast's muzzle. It opened with a click, the door swinging gently on oiled hinges. Inside were niches carved deep into the stone walls, each holding a coffin. Nataltha lit a candle. By the flickering glow, she and Califrac made their way down the aisle of the dead, the ceiling coated in cobwebs and floor matted with dust to the most recently filled niche. Fresh flowers lay across the casket, bearing the name Earl Thornman, which made the task of levering it out of its place all the more ghoulish. The two pried open the coffin lid, the stench of decay filling the air. Inside lay a very dead corpse, leathery skin falling away to reveal the bones underneath. But the body was not human, possessing legs like a wolf, fur covering most of the flesh, and a tail behind, while the face was part way between man and beast. I half expected a vampire, Nataltha murmured. Instead, the old Earl was a werewolf. Califrac stroked his mustache, his eyes scanning the walls. In a back corner, he noticed a gap in the cobwebs. Someone's been through here, he and Nataltha said at the same moment. Califrac blinked, seeing that she was pointing at paw prints on the dusty floor. Silently, the two crept to the corner, Califrac feeling the stones until he heard a click and the wall pulled away. Califrac caught a blurry glimpse of a space behind, before there was a snarl, and something furry knocked him to the floor as a woman screamed. A hushed whisper snapped Dorgu from his restless doze, the young squire leaping out of bed. He drew a dagger, the steel glinting in the night, as he crept to the door and eased it open. In the hall, he found a young woman who looked like she was wearing a wolf costume, her body covered in gray fur, a tail swishing behind her. Then she turned, light gleaming in her yellow eyes, while her lips parted to reveal sharp teeth. She took a step back from Dorgu, glancing down the hall. There, a mirror had swung aside to reveal a hollow opening beyond. She moved to flee, only for Dorgu to hold his dagger aside. Wait, who are you? She's a monster, that's what she is, came the cruel voice of Tertig. The Earl stepped into view, a crossbow in his hands. I thought I heard a rat skulking about my halls. That's Lady Walry to you, the werewolf growled. You're no lady. You're a beast like your father. Strong words, echoed the voice of Califrac. Out of the secret passage behind the mirror stepped the old knight, his sword drawn and cheek bloody from a scratch. From a usurping scoundrel. I hired you, Tertig spat. And the lady wife of the late Earl explained how that came to be, Califrac said. A boy wolf around Dorgu's age appeared beside Califrac, along with an older woman, and Nataltha, looming behind them with a handgun. Now, Tertig, how about you put down the crossbow and leave peacefully? You cannot believe that these monsters are the rightful rulers here. There was a meow, Whiskers stepping out of the closet to rub Walry's leg. Califrac snorted. She doesn't like strangers. Curse you! Tertig snarled, shouldering the crossbow. Duck! Califrac shouted. Walry took a step towards Tertig instead. As the hiss of a lit fuse echoed through the hall, Dorgu dove into her and knocked her to the floor, explosion shattering the air. Tertig collapsed, clutching a smoking hole in his chest as blood pooled around him. He glared at Dorgu and Walry. Damned beasts. Lady Ulriga sat at her table for the first time in many moons. Her son, Earl Pasorn, and her daughter, Lady Walry, on either side. The trio ate roasted pork with gusto, while Califrac, Nataltha, and Dorgu looked on. Halfway through the midnight meal, the ladies stopped eating, wiping their extended mouths before turning to their guests. "You have my gratitude, Sir Califrac," Ulrica said. "Yes, well, thanks for pulling your son off me before he scratched my face off." "Sorry," Pasorn said between mouthfuls. "You startled me." "Is there any danger?" Nataltha began. No, Ulriga said, and Ulriga interrupted in a reassuring tone. "Our family's curse must be passed on by more potent rituals than a mere scratch, else the whole valley would have turned bestial long ago. I should know, having accepted this from my dear Thorman." "He ought never have trusted that Tertig's so-called services," Walry muttered, wringing her clawed hands. "Speaking of services," Califrac said quietly, "will you be needing mine through the winter?" "If you're willing," Walry said. "I've served outer nobility before." "Tell me, why are the people of the valley so loyal to you?" Nataltha asked. "We keep our full wolf cousins away and have ruled justly," Walry replied, "and our condition keeps us from forming foreign alliances that might send their sons into harm's way." "This will be an interesting winter," Califrac muttered. Grandpa?" Dorgu whispered. "Yes, lad." He leaned up and put his lips to his grandfather's ear.
"Walry is pretty."
Walry gasped while Pasorn snickered, Ulriga laughing. "Oh my." "How did you hear me?" Dorgu asked. "Lad, look at their ears. They'll hear everything." Califrac sighed, looking over the table as his new lieges resumed their meals, devouring the meat like wolves. "Oh well, they'll pay me well, and the valley should become friendlier now." There are those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Thank you for the cheers, Ghoulish and Norman. Oh man, Wolf says, we could have made bingo cards with the word list for the stream. You are so right. We should have done that.
Would have been.
Alrighty, Roo. I greatly enjoyed this story. Let me see what folks have been saying. No, this is back with Documancer story. I missed this stuff. Norman said, also, the bickering banter between them made me think they've been putting up with each other for a long time. Yeah, I do agree with that. That also could have added that it did feel like kind of like old ladies bickering. 30-year-old friends absolutely can banter like that, but it was just like, I already had these clues, and so that was just another clue. You've seen men writing women, and you've seen women writing men. Now get ready for teenagers writing 30-somethings. I feel like it's a 30-something writing a 30-something, but it seems like you're writing an old lady. Oh my gosh. Ghoulish said, I do have back issues, but mainly because of a car collision where we were sitting still and got hit at 55 miles per hour 5 years ago. That's crazy. I'm so sorry you went through that. Yeah, and then there's the distinction. Oh yeah, there was quite a bit of miss there. Cooking is to die for. I don't like the way he said that. Very fair. Yep. Cow, not Cal. That's funny. Alright, did you guys have any overall thoughts or specific thoughts you wanted to share about this story? In the meantime, I greatly enjoyed the story. I mean, I did talk about most of this in my review, but I actually had the first time I read these, I actually had Mako read them to me on the phone, and it was really lovely because it was just like, oh, this is a nice little fairy tale. Like a fairy tale feels like too strong. It's not exactly that, but it's sort of those types of vibes. It's like a fantasy mystery fairy tale thing. And again, I love the vibes. And I think it's perfect for Halloween, and I love, focusing on the werewolves and stuff like that. And funnily enough, despite this not being in the mystery genre like Death of the other story, the mystery of this one actually captivated me a bit more. And I said this as well, but and it's funny that I mentioned this in last week's stream too. But this reminded me so much of Black Butler's Green Witch arc. In that arc, they get called to Germany. Because they're like, hey, there's this weird situation you need to deal with, and people are like, yeah, there are werewolves in the woods, and they will curse you if you go in there, and then. And then they go into the woods, and there is a witch village in the middle of the woods, and the witches are like, oh, actually, the werewolves protect us, so like, please don't, please don't do anything bad to them. And I don't want to spoil it. There are multiple bigger twists at the end of that arc. But like those vibes are totally feel like this. It's like, come to the forest. We have werewolves, but actually they're good. That kind of thing. And that is at least one of the best, if not the best, Black Butler arc by popular vote. And so that is a compliment. That it has good vibes in multiple ways. I enjoyed the progression of it. Interesting. This Cleverette, the noble French werewolf who's trapped in wolf form by his wicked wife. Interesting. We will talk about their wolf forms in a sec, but we gotta let the ad go first.
Kitty, kitty, bitty, kitty, kitty, kitty. Cat.
Thank you for the cheer, Norman. I don't know if I said that before.
Bella Bella. She's twirling around. There's the end. Cutie pie Bella. That's my cutie pie Bella. Look at you. Just a little princess.
Also, thank you for snoozing the ad as it came up right at the end of the story. I was like, I hope that it takes just a minute to finish this off. But I did appreciate that.
You are really cute, Bella Bella. Tiny bit of biscuitness.
Sorry, I'm not talking. I'm just very tired and don't know what to talk about.
Kitty, kitty. Oh, that's a kitty, kitty. Oh, purr.
Oh, now you can see her. I was trying to record the purrs. There we go. Dropping the bass? What is that in relation to? Oh, right. So going on to my critiques for the story. So again, I'm probably going to be going over kind of what I already have in my review. So I think my biggest critique all boils down to this one section that is about the hunters and stuff. Because it feels like a lot is set up there and none of it is ultimately relevant to the conclusion. And I think it's okay to have it be like, okay, like we have a werewolf hunt that ultimately nothing comes of it. I think that's okay. I have more of a complaint of the fact that Riol and Ulknarmer are introduced, they are named, they are described, and then they just disappear from the rest of the story. And I feel like, because I did see your comment there where you were like, well, this is where I kind of realized I was running out of words. But I feel like this would be a thing to come back to on another edit and remove Riol and Ulknarmer entirely, or at least remove them from here. You could maybe keep Riol greeting them. But just remove the descriptions of them here and just have it be like either it's just Califrac and Dorgu, or there are people with them, but they're just like the nameless garrison. I think that would work better because it wouldn't feel so much like these characters are introduced like they will be important and then they immediately disappear. Because... Especially because, like, you are using your words to describe them, and you could use those words to instead talk about the hunt. You could talk about a little bit, give it a little more of, like, oh, yeah, nothing happened kind of thing. Which I guess I will clarify. When I was commenting on the document, I read this as somehow knowing that his search, meaning Dorgu's search, would be fruitless, not his own search. And so that does make this line better, that it's about Califrac's own search, and because it seems like when I read it as Dorgu, it's like, I know Dorgu's search is going to be fruitless, and the real truth will be elsewhere, and so it's like, well, now I'm a lot less excited about Dorgu's search. It does work better knowing, oh, that's the conclusion of, I know my search is going to be fruitless, that's why it's not described. That does work better. Oh yeah, and then another thing that, like, you already know about, we were talking about it, is that I think the bat thing, I like what you were going for there once I knew what you were going for, but I think that it's just maybe a little bit clunky in the way that it's described. And this one's a hard one to figure out how to advise you on. But like, this is another thing, like when I commented on this, I was like, what does that mean? I'm very confused. I get it now that it's like, if what woke me up has a mundane explanation, or no, if the mirror scare has a mundane explanation, then maybe what woke me up also has a mundane explanation. And so I do like that, but I just think that I was rather lost. I didn't get Bat from this, and I didn't really understand exactly what she was doing and why and stuff like that. But maybe that's just me. People in the comments can weigh in. I do like her seeing the werewolf, seeing the silver, the yellow eyes. That is great. That works really well. I also wanted to talk about how. So Nail has seemed to me like the most level-headed and the most brave of the group, and that it's kind of this irony of like you have the knight in training, and it is the washerwoman who is the bravest in the face of danger. And so she kind of read through the writing group stories that I've read of her as the kind of character who, if there's some kind of situation they run into that even scares Califrac, that Nail would just be like, give me the gun, and do it herself, kind of thing. And so it felt rather out of character to me that she is so scared that she's like running into the closet. Don't get me wrong, it's objectively scary, and I would probably be doing that. It's just that Nail has seemed like the kind of character who would either like look closer, try to investigate, or like turn around and fight it and be like, you can't hurt me or whatever. I don't know. It just feels like she would either stand up to it, ask questions, that kind of thing. Not that she would run into the closet and be terrified and what was it that she was like white knuckling the handle or something like that. And so I wasn't quite sure what was going on there and why that scared her so much. Either I may have gotten the wrong impression from the writing group stories, or maybe she has a particular fear of ghosts. Like, I could definitely see her being suspicious. I think if that was the case, then that should have been focused on more. Instead of her fear, it should be like she'd, talking about how she'd always been afraid of ghosts, or how she like has, I don't know, something to ward off ghosts or something like that. I mean, she does write down the ward and everything. It's not nearly enough. So a whole story thing. When you say werewolf, I automatically think person who turns into a wolf. And so I kind of thought that these werewolves could control their transformations, and or that they turned like every night. I did not think that they were... when you say a werewolf, my mind does not go to they're always in that form. Considering werewolf can mean just like wolfman, that does work as a word to describe them. It is just not what is commonly known of as a werewolf. And so, because it's not, it set my expectations wrong in a few ways. Because something that's really fun about these types, like a werewolf or a vampire type story, is that you can introduce that character earlier and have us think that they're human, only to learn, aha, it was them, they're the werewolf. And so the fact that you don't have that option here does detract a bit for me. Like I said in my notes, I thought that I thought that the serving ladies were Walry and Ulriga, and that's why, and like they're the only ones left because they were left from the previous rule, and they are now subjugated and forced to be servants instead of rulers. I was completely wrong. That is not the case at all. But I think that them just like happening to run into them in the hallway, in both cases, that they run into them in the secret passage and in the hallway, makes for a less interesting ending. And I don't think it would cost you too many words to just quickly say why they were there. I don't know why they were there, but we were planning a coup, or we were going to attack tonight, or we needed food, or whatever it was. I feel like you could very quickly say that, and it would feel less like, and they just so happened to run into the answer in the hallway. But the fact that they're, not only is it like they happen to run into them, it's also the fact that they aren't somebody else we know, I think detracts from the ending quite a bit. And like, it is totally fine to have the werewolves be stuck that way all the time. That is a completely fine way to do them. That is not like an overall thing that is a problem. It's just that, at least for this particular short story, that felt like a thing that could have been, felt more like a payoff, felt more, I don't know, more like a payoff for the reader if we got to meet them earlier, and then make more sense as to why they just run into them. And I didn't realize that they were stuck that way until like my third read, or like, well, I guess it was still like the second read. I realized it because I was gonna comment something like, wouldn't it be easier to eat with their human faces? And then I was like, oh, I don't think they have human faces. Because I thought that the Earl got turned into, like, he got killed in his werewolf form, so his body remained in that form. But then I was like, oh, actually, maybe that's a clue that they're always in that form. And then she also mentions, like, I accepted this is me now, kind of thing. And so I think that you could have made it clear to the audience that they are like that all the time and set their expectations better. So you could do something like, you know, at the beginning, Dorgu is like, oh, but it's not a full moon, or like, we have a whole month to prepare. And then Tertig could be like, no, they're not that kind of werewolf. They're like this all the time. You know, that kind of thing, I think, would have set the reader's expectations a bit better. Though, of course, people in the chat, feel free to comment if you're like, no, actually, I totally got that they were like that all the time. I didn't have a problem. You know, you could totally say that. But that was one of my overall thoughts. Something I didn't say in the comments, I don't think, is that there is a little bit of a incongruity in the fact that Califrac brings Dorgu on the hunt, which does make sense. He's basically a squire, a knight in training. And so, yeah, you're going to bring him on these things. But he's also thinking, I feel really bad about risking my grandson's life. And then, and those two things are like, maybe ever so slightly contradictory, but it makes sense. It's like, he needs the training, but I also, as a grandpa, like, feel bad. But I feel like it's more contradictory when it later with the graveyard, it's like, on the hunt, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna go fight werewolves, I'm gonna take him. But it's like, defiling a grave, that is too dangerous. That seems a little contradictory. I think it would work better to do more of like, either it's more of like, this is wrong. Ooh, actually, I wasn't thinking about that. But Dorgu is very moral, and he very much cares about what's chivalrous. And so, yeah, you could come at it more of that angle of like, yeah, Dorgu's not really gonna be cool with that. He is too chivalrous and moral to be okay with defiling a grave. He will try to stop us. So I think if you went at it at that angle, it would work a bit better, seem less like a contradiction. Let's see. Is there anything else? Ooh, the cat. I love the cat. The cat is my favorite thing. Not just because it's a cat, but because, this line here, like, don't mind Whisker, she doesn't care for strangers, and I am one still despite months of feeding the prissy thing. So I really like that because it does this perfect job of conveying, him going, oh, she doesn't like strangers, and I'm one still, like, can totally feel benign and feel like, oh yeah, you know, I'm still new enough here that I'm a stranger to her. I take it in stride. But especially the fact that he says the prissy thing can also be like, hey, that's an insult. He doesn't respect this cat, you know? And so it works super well as like this hint that, hey, he ain't a cool dude. First of all, Whiskers isn't cool with him. Second of all, he's like calling her a prissy thing and kind of insulting her. But it also can easily read as normal and read as benign as like, like I'm one still, even though I feed the prissy thing, you know, because you can kind of playfully insult your cat, and then, yes, it also establishes he's new as well. Yeah, like, it is awesome. And then I absolutely love that was also the final climax, so that it perfectly bookends the story of it starts with the first thing Tertig says is about the cat, and then the reason that we are confirmed that you are not the rightful ruler here and someone else is because of the cat. Like, I think that is super, super well done. And like I said, it's like, of course I like it because it's a cat, but this is such a great way to use something like this where there's actual meaning to it, mirroring to it. Just fantastic. Something else I didn't talk about in the review is that, and honestly didn't realize until now, is that it is a little odd that the men of the village are so mad at them when they first come in. Because it feels like that is the perfect time to be like, hey, the Earl sucks. It feels like it's the perfect time to recruit him to their side and be like, don't do it. Don't work for him. Because he hasn't come to the castle yet. And if this is the first time they're seeing him, surely they recognize they haven't met yet. And so it seems odd to be like, this darn knight working for the Earl, as opposed to like, don't be a darn knight working for the Earl, you know. Please be on our side. Yeah, you know what I mean. I do love all their different characters and getting to see them in a longer form thing. I think that is fantastic. I do love the like description of her room and the foreshadowing of the mirror and everything. I think that's great. I also like how the sections all, like, I guess this one doesn't have it, but a lot of the sections start with I guess it's the later ones. The sun, and then we have like the noon sun, the moon. I really like that. That is a great way to do the different sections. And then I also like that the sections kind of wrap up on like the moral, like my search will end up fruitless, and I hate having to defile a grave to do this. Like, you'd think that would stand out in a bad way, but I actually think it stands out in a good way, that it's like, here is your summary of the section, or here is what will happen going into the next section. And then at the end there's like a cliffhanger of the passage. And so I think that's really fantastic. There is a bit of an element of, there is a little bit of disjointedness with the sections. I'm guessing that's probably just because of the word count and you didn't have enough words to make the transition smoother. But I do think kind of going straight from like we're talking to the Earl and we're talking about debt, and then going straight to Natalha found her room cold and hostile. It makes sense. It's like, okay, like we were talking to the Earl and now we're going to bed. And we happen to be with Natalha when we go to bed. But there is also a bit of a like, okay, that's where we are now. A little bit of a jarringness. And kind of almost, it's weird that it kind of happens with the grave too, that it's like, we have to defile a grave. We are defiling the grave. At first, I guess it just feels a little fast for that one. So I really like your like bookends for the sections. Though overall there's a very slight disjointedness with them. Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to talk about with the grave is that this line is one of the lines that stuck out to me the most with this story, because it's like, as far as I can tell, this is not a joke. It would work if she's joking, but it's like murmuring and him responding earnestly makes it seem like this is genuine. And especially because it does seem genuine, I'm kind of sitting there like, really? After days of talking exclusively about werewolves, you half expected a vampire. Like, so one of my compliments for this story is that, like, I think your story was, at the very least, one of the best uses of the words from the word bank, if not the best uses of the words from the word bank. Most of them flow extremely well and they don't stick out. And they just feel like they're meant to be there, and they're not there because you shoved it in there. This is the only one that feels like you shoved it in there for the word bank, because there has been no discussion of vampires at all. Werewolves have clearly been the thing, and so it seems odd that for her to even like half expect a vampire. Let's see. I do like the little interaction between Dorgu and Tertig and Walry. And Dorgu's such a sweetheart that he's like, okay, I got my knife. And like, he sees this werewolf. He's been told that there's monsters. And earlier he was like, there's monsters in the woods. We gotta kill them. But he's so, like, kind and gracious that he's able to go, wait, I am going to ask questions before I start swinging. Which is also cool when compared with the thing that happened with Califrac earlier, that he's like, but Gramps, like, that we should ask questions first. And so he is practicing what he preaches here, which is great. I am curious what others thought of this. It felt like here that because the handgun is like this old hand cannon thing that presumably takes a long time to fire, to do its thing, it feels like it reads like, all right, getting out the handgun, getting out the match, lighting the gun, duck. All right, wait a second, and kaboom! And so it feels like there's a lot of time and a lot of reasons that Tertig should at least step to the left. And so it's a little odd that he is just sitting there. It would work better with, like, the guns that we know that are very fast, but especially because it's very clearly pointed out multiple times that the match is slow. It feels like, my dude, why are you standing there letting yourself get killed? You know, kind of thing. But I'm curious if you guys thought that, or you were like, no, I didn't have a problem with that at all. I'm also wondering about their like ruling stuff, because I get this one, but this one feels a little odd, because without allies, it's like, okay, you don't have allies that would call your sons to war, but that means you only have enemies, and that might call your sons to war. So that feels like not a benefit to me. But I'm not very good at politics, so I could totally be wrong. And then this line here. So, our family's curse must be passed on by more potent rituals than a mere scratch, else the whole valley would have turned bestial long ago. It read to me like she was saying, I have scratched everyone in the valley, and I recognize now that actually what she meant is, like, I scratch somebody, that person scratches somebody, that person scratches somebody, and now the whole valley's werewolves. But I think the fact that they're so like, they are level-headed, they are themselves, they are not just like monsters, makes it seem odd that she would even scratch anybody in the first place. So, like, I get that the kid would get startled and stuff like that, but it doesn't feel like the whole valley would startle the kid, you know. And it doesn't feel like, even if one person, okay, say that he startles, Califrac startles the kid scratches him, Califrac turns into a werewolf. If Califrac is in possession of his faculties, why would he scratch the next person? So it just feels rather odd that would be true. Like, even if she's using hyperbole, like, it feels strange that would be an option when they're so in control of themselves. It feels like they would cut their nails or something like that to prevent that from happening. But anyways, mostly going over the critiques here, because I think I phrased my praise better in the review, but let it be known once again, my main feeling on this story was love. I also voted this one very highly. I'm not sure if I should reveal, like, my exact ranking, but I voted both of these stories highly, and I'm very happy that they won. And yeah, I think there are some great Halloween-y vibes today. Even though it is, well, I guess I should go over the comments here before moving on. The microphone was making wub 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 sounds when I moved it, I guess. Werewolf is a complicated word, as I'm learning from my reading of werewolf academic circles. Not an origin per se, but in definition. Well, I'm not actually talking about the actual definition. Like I said, by the actual definition, like, I think this works. It's more about what readers will think that I think, and you guys can correct me if wrong, I think 90% of readers will go, werewolf. Person who turns into wolf. And so even if the original like werewolf word did not mean that, I think today that is what a lot of people think. And so if you are going with something different from that, I think that that's something that needs to be established. Most stories can be improved by a cat. I will not argue with that. I mean, it's heavily implied that these people have seen a rotating cast of villains come and go from the castle to serve the lord they hate. I mean, they're predisposed to assume that Califrac is against them. I see. So it's, I guess I have two feelings about that. One is that makes sense, that it's like, well, there's lots of people coming in, so, and they all suck, and so, we will assume this one sucks too. But there's also an element of, the same argument for the others, that why don't they try to convince the others before they go into the castle? Don't do it. Don't serve him. Or is it a situation of maybe they did at first. At first they were like, don't serve him, he's a usurper. And then the people are like, no, we're going to serve him and we hate you. You know, we hate you for saying that. We're against you. So so then they were like, okay, now we just hate by default. that could work. I think vampire right there is the one that I had hanging. Fair. I need to be more explicit, but the woods all around are full of wolves, which ward off would be attackers. Interesting. Oh, I see. So you're saying, like, even if the next country over was like, I would like to attack the werewolf people, the actual wolves, like, will help. Interesting. So that is kind of a complicated idea, that it's like the werewolves here protect from the full wolves in the forest, but the full wolves in the forest actually protect them from the people outside the forest. Interesting. Very fair. I'm pretty sure person becomes wolf was the original concept, but the hybrid form is also called werewolf. Yep. To be fair, peasants are dumb. Well, I feel like that's a generalization. Half man, half wolf being a werewolf is never in question. Exactly. That can be a thing. Here, I can give you the, since you're asking for it before I forget. Was it here? Nope, not that one. Not that one. There? Nope. Here. Alright. Where? Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, I can't. I guess I can do it like this, maybe? It's not letting me share because I'm on the archivist thing, but if that works, that should be your numbers for your data brain. I'm pretty sure if the question was grow enough crops to survive the winter, the peasant would be able to call all of us dumb. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Mako says it's the expectation of switching back and forth between the man and the wolf that's the crux of the critique. Exactly. But yes, you guys jumped on real fast. But yeah, all the tabs are the different things, and then the summary includes the average thing. All right. So even though it's maybe a little bit earlier than I often end the writing group streams, I think that I don't think I have the energy for a fourth one. If you guys are like, please, we're dying for the fourth one, let me know. But otherwise, I think I'm gonna call it at the advertised 3, and we can talk a little bit about the Christmas stuff. I can have enough energy to discuss that. That says I would enjoy a fourth one. Fair. I didn't. And he said, aren't you still owing us the Amita version of the old Bingo card you made for the writing group back in the Tail Foundry days? Well, he made one for me, for my, for me being the host. I don't know if it was for Amita, though. I'd enjoy a fourth one, but if you're spent, then I can go without. Ghoulish, I am pooped! Aerith, I'm good. I hope you have a good rest after the stream wraps up. I appreciate that. I do apologize, Marks. I do, would have liked to have had the energy to read your story, but seems like it is not in the cards. Yeah, the good point. Marks should weigh in on this. Yeah, more stories are always good to understand if you don't have the energy for a fourth. Very fair. But I guess I can still talk about potential Christmas stuff while we're waiting to see if Marks is here. Somebody could tag him in the stream chat as well. So I did a little, well, I guess I can put that on the screen. Oh yeah, I could I could make this channel visible by everyone once again. Oh, the pumpkin is cute on on the computer. There we go. So the poll I'm showing is the Christmas contest poll. Or just event. So you had the options of a contest with a word bank and challenges like we just had, a secret Santa, write one-offs or for their world, write whatever, a not so secret Santa, write whatever, but you can tell people, a secret Santa, but it's only a world swap, not so secret world swap. Pair up to write something, but you guys pick who you're paired with. Pair up to write something together. I pick who you're paired with. Christmas stories for your universes, but no prompts. Christmas stories for your universes, but yes prompts. Or offer multiple. I was thinking about potentially offering both the top ones. I actually realized that after I put in the offer multiple. I was like, oh, if multiple get a lot of votes, I can just like offer both. I don't know that I'm gonna do that because it was so much work to do the Halloween contest that I don't think I want to offer both. I think I'm just gonna stick with one and try not to push myself too hard, especially because I have to make something for this, and all I have to do is make like either the rules or just the how to participate if it's not a contest. So I'm gonna do like more polls about this, but so the questions that I have regarding this are, 1, what kind of prompts are you interested in? Well, actually, no. The first question should be, Are you interested in making this a contest? I'm kind of leaning towards not making this a contest, just to give both me and you guys a break from that format and just do something much more chill and relaxed. But if you guys are like, contest, then I am willing to do that. We have learned a lot from this contest, so hopefully I can make it better and do a better job of being clearer and setting expectations better and everything. I will say, if we do make it a contest, I do have an idea of what prizes I would want to give out. Let me go. Yes. Well, I guess here. I haven't really looked at if they have any like Christmas mystery boxes, so that could be potentially better if they have that. Yeah, not seeing that. But what they do have is they have these cryptid plushies, and so, and the most important one is they have a Mothman in there, which feels very fitting for this group. But then we also got, like, I don't know exactly what they all are, or if it's said, but it's like a wolf man, or just a werewolf, and then like a kitsune type creature. And I know you guys, as well as me, really love the wolf type creatures, and like the other ones are cute too. I like the Loch Ness Monster and the Jackalope and the Yeti. Like, they're all cute to me. So I feel like that could be an option for the prizes for a potential Christmas contest, if you do want me to make it into a contest. Lucky thing about those little cryptids is that they're not really a seasonal thing, so I could always just save them for the next contest that we have, even if I don't do it for Christmas. But anyway, so like option 1, don't make it a contest at all. It's just for funsies. Option 2, make it a contest. Option 3, something I was thinking about is something I could do is kind of have it be, if enough people review everybody, I will turn it into a contest. So it's like, it is just for fun, and you guys decide if it's a contest. Like, it's just for fun. But if, like, I'd probably put the limit, or put the minimum at like 5. If like 5 people read and review everybody's stories, I'll be like, all right, the rules of the game have changed, peeps. You know, I could do that. Another thing to think about is, if it is just for funsies, is this something that you guys would still want me to read on the stream? That's still, still read some of them on the stream, or would it be like, no, it's just kind of a community thing. It's just to write, nothing for the stream. It's just for the community to do on the Discord. Would you guys have very strong opinions about that? And then, well, I guess the next one is a different question, so let's see what you guys are thinking about this first. Norman, I've got to figure out how to write a Christmas story. I'm realizing a lot of my settings aren't places where happy holidays happen. Very fair. Aerith, Christmas time! Woo! Ghoulish, it's barely November. Well, my man, I need to give you guys time to write your stories. Being chill is welcome to me, says Aerith. Ghoulish, I wish to be aggressively pro-Thanksgiving, but I have no energy to do so. Very fair. Just said, maybe a compromise format with sort of a contest, but we all collaborate to establish the story rankings. Less work for you and more debate amongst us. That could be interesting, yeah. Aerith, but would we shorten the story length or keep it the same? That is another good question. Like, there are a lot of... I already had some things I wanted to like poll about before all this happened with the Halloween contest, but now I'm like, I have more things to poll about. And like so right now I'm kind of gathering just like your thoughts in the chat and intel and stuff, but I do plan to poll like, do you want it to be a contest? Do you want it not to be? Kind of thing. What was I gonna say? And then another question is like, should the word limit be shorter? Because that would make it a lot easier, both on the reviewers and me on the stream. Well, and me as a reviewer if I review this time. But yeah, so like that's part of why it took so long to review them, is they're very long stories. And so like if every story was like 10 pages, that was like 100 pages we all had to read in a very short amount of time. Which I know for some people isn't a problem, but especially when you're like making comments and stuff, for me that takes a really long time. So having it be less, having it be like 1,000 words would definitely shorten that and make it a bit easier. But of course, like there was a lot of fun in having it be longer, and so it might take some of the fun out to not allow it to be longer. And this says, I would vote to keep it the same. It seems like 10 times the usual is a nice length for a special event. And Hearn says, I know it's harder to do this with longer stories, but longer word limits I think was the point of doing this. It kind of was, yeah. Gosh, to be fair, Christmas and Ghost Story go together like macaronis and macaroni and cheese. Very true. And Norman, I was really struggling to just get down to 350. Yep, I do understand. I was there. Meanwhile, I had to axe 1,100 words from Castle Lovos. Ghoulish, I'm fine either way. I struggled to get up to 1,000. Very fair. Aerith, I just hoped it would be shorter to give more of a break to you, Kaylie, and to the reviewers in general. Yes, that is part of why I'm not leaning towards it being a contest, because if it's just for fun, like, nobody has to review all of them. It's just like, yep, do your regular reviews, just pick a couple and do that kind of thing. But something else I could do is I could have it be, like, the limit is 1,000 words to 3,500 words. So instead of it being the low end is 2,500, the low limit could be 1,000. So we could have much shorter stories, but also have the option for longer stories as well. Because I required that people write longer stories. I required they be at least 2,500. Yes, meow. That was the shorter of my 2 story attempts. Make go trauma flashbacks. Amazing. Another question, again, that I will poll people for, but I like, hearing what you think on the chat. What kinds of prompts are you interested in? Because, like, kind of the options I'm seeing are, A, we could do a word bank again. We could do a word bank and challenges again, but have the challenges be different. And the words, of course, be different. But if it's not a challenge, then you wouldn't have to worry so much about, like, oh no, how many points am I getting? It would just be like, oh, this is for fun, to make it more Christmassy. You could have just a word bank, no challenges. You could, we could do that I thought of. I think I mentioned it in the announcement, is that I actually really like, is the idea of pick a Christmas song as your prompt. I really like using songs as prompts, and I actually have done that before. My very first writing group story was using a Christmas song as a prompt. So to me, that would be a really fun throwback and really fun to see what you guys do with it. But I am able to separate, like, the gimmickiness of a song from the story I'm writing. So, like, I guess I'll use that example. The song was Last Christmas I Gave You My Heart by Wham. But I wrote, like, a telltale heart story where literally there was a heart in a box. And so, like, but I don't know if other people's brains work that way. I don't know if other people are like, no, it is a gimmicky song. It is a cliche, or it is a, like, song that I've heard all over and over again. I can't make anything different or fun out of it because I can't separate it from that. So I don't know if other people would hate that as a prompt, but to me, I love the idea of like taking a Christmas song and being like, let's do something really strange and totally different from the song with this. And like, I just like using songs in general as prompts. Like, I've used so many over the years, but like I wrote a fanfic about Hera and Zeus from Lore Olympus using Kill This Love by Blackpink as the prompt, and like that was so much fun and people really enjoyed that. So like I think especially because so many people like really hate Christmas songs, I feel like that'd be so much fun to like, okay, pick one of these songs that you've heard 1,000 times and take a new spin on it, to do something totally different that never thought of before. But again, I don't know if other people's brains work that way, for they're like, no, Kaylie, I hate it. I have no desire to make something new and fun with it, kind of thing. But anyways, what was the other option I said? Oh yeah, I could do a shorter word bank, that it could be less words than I did for the Halloween contest. Oh yeah, and so that was the other option, is that we could create a prompt like we do for the writing group. So it could be that everybody submits and we all vote on our favorite prompt for, but they all have to be Christmassy. Or it could be we allow multiple, that it could be like, I don't know, instead of it being, okay, you submit your prompts and then they go to a poll, and then the winner of the poll is a winner. It could be like all the ones that were in the poll are the winners, and so you can use any and all of them as your prompt for the Christmas thing. But yeah, and you guys can think of other potential options for the prompt. Death says that would be good. The word length. For people who aren't as verbose as I am, though, I do worry that we'd have some pretty big contrast in the length of the story. Would that be a problem? I don't necessarily mind having there be a contrast, but if there's a problem with that, that would be important to talk about. I liked the word bank. Good to know. It's just strangely, I have many ideas, but none of them are related to my other story universes. I preferably want to see a collaborative event, which I don't think needs to be heavily competitive. Right. You know, that is a great point. That was something I was thinking about as well, which is that you guys liked both Christmas stories but prompts, and I pair you up. And something I was thinking about is if I offered both, you could combine both. That you could write for either, that it could be like, I'm being paired up and just writing for that. I just want to write for my universe, or like, I'm participating in both and we're doing a crossover, or I'm deciding to write in Lee's universe. Ooh, you know what? I didn't even think about this, but there are 3 options you could do if I did both. You could do, you write a crossover between your 2 universes. You could have, pair up to write a story or 2 stories, I guess. There's not really a limit on that. Well, I guess I would do the same thing with the subscriber stuff, but it could be like, okay, together we're going to write 1 story in Lee's universe, or together we're going to write 1 story in like Partner's universe. Or you could have it be, that, It could turn into a world swap after all, and you could do, okay, we're pairing up, your partner is writing in your universe, and you're writing in their universe. So, you know, come to think of it, there are some benefits to doing both. So let me know if that is something that you're like, yeah, that's pretty good, and that would potentially make it better that if I decide not to make it a contest, because it would be like, no contest this time, but hey, you have more options and you can have fun with your friends, kind of thing. Though I will say that because this is, when I do something like this and I'm the one assigning you, I would, depending on who signs up and stuff, but depending on who signs up, I would probably very intentionally pair up people who have similar interests but don't seem to talk to each other very often. Because I really like doing that sort of thing when I pair people up. It's like, this is to make you get to know each other. Like, this is, if you guys are pairing yourselves up, you would pick your friends. And so if I'm pairing you up, I would make sure to try to make you make new friends. Again, maybe only friends would sign, not only fans, only friends. Only friends would sign up and I wouldn't be able to avoid it. But that, just so you know, if I do both, that is how I would be thinking about it. The Christmas song idea is interesting. Dad said, oh no, I don't like the Christmas songs. They've all worn out their welcome in my head. And Nern says, even though a lot of Christmas songs are dreadful. That's the thing, right? That's why I personally like it, is because of that. It's like, they all have worn out their welcome. So now you need to think about it in a totally different way than you ever have and create a new appreciation for it. This is strangely, can the song have a feeling associated with Christmas, or must it be a proper, explicitly Christmas song? Can you give me an example? What do you mean by that? It says, I used to do that to take implications from songs. Not sure why I stopped. Very fair. Ghoulish, I don't hate Christmas songs. I hate one Christmas song. It's Mariah, isn't it? Very fair. Which is Santa Baby. Ooh, oh Santa, I'm such a good girl. Give me lots of expensive material things. Thank you, bye. You know what? That is fair. That is a fair one to be mad about. There you go. I don't see that being a problem. There's a song that I love, not really a Christmas song, but it's a very whimsical Winter Wonderland kind of song. I should write a story based on that. Mm-hmm. I like the song Mariah sings, but I don't like her version. Interesting. No matter who sings Santa Baby, I hate it. Nice. Ooh, pairing up to write stories would be neat. It's been years since I co-authored anything. Very fair. That idea terrifies me, but I'm intrigued. Is it the pairing up thing? Only Friends sounds more wholesome, yeah. Only Friends sounds like $1 million idea. Amazing. Oh, Cat. Well, it definitely sounds like, at the very least, people are interested in lots of different things, and it is definitely worth polling you guys about. And I guess, like, come to think of it, it could do both regarding the word bank and the songs as well, because the songs is not really something that I need to have much input in. Like, I need to think of the word bank and everything, but I can just be like, pick your songs, and then, and like, that's all I need to say for that. So it wouldn't be like, you know what? That could be the challenge. Like, instead of it being, here's your word bank, here's your challenges, it could be, here's your word bank, your challenge is to also pick a Christmas song as a prompt. And like, you wouldn't have to, we wouldn't be limited to doing one or the other. You could either pick your favorite or do both. Not gonna lie, the word bank grew on me. Interesting.
Hello, kitty.
Yes, it has been a really fun time. I hope that you have enjoyed the Halloween contest stream, and that you have enjoyed the Halloween contest at large. It has been a fun time. Yeah, it has been a fun time. There has been stress, but there's also been a lot of fun. I really enjoyed getting to participate, and honestly, I was surprised. You know, I didn't talk about this. I was surprised that I won, because one of the reasons why, the plan was that I was going to make a secret channel for voting, and I was going to make a poll, you know, like I usually do on Discord, for the winner of the Halloween contest. And then I realized, oh, if I use a Google Doc, it can be secret even from the participants. And like, who wins being secret is such a valuable commodity in this group, because, like, the group always knows who wins the prompts, the weekly prompts, and people have talked about how they wished that, that it was more secret. And so I was really excited at the prospect of people won't know until the actual stream. But the other reason that I wanted to do that is that is the other reason I decided not to do it in Discord is because I was like, oh, if I do it in Discord, everyone can see who everyone else voted for. And that will probably make people sad. That will make people who lost sad that they didn't get voted for. And I don't want that. I don't want people to see everybody else's votes and get sad about it. And so, but the only person I was subjecting that to was myself. And so I was very scared about what people would say about my story. And I was preparing myself, being like, hey, you might be at the bottom. You might not be well loved. Like, you need to do your best to make your peace with this. And so I was surprised and delighted that I was not at the bottom of people's voting lists. So that made me very happy. There's a lot of lag, though. Has that been happening the whole time and nobody told me? Or is that just happening right now? Oh, why would doing Good King Wenceslas be cheating? It's done! It's over! We can go back to our normal lives! Me tonight. So what do you guys want to do about the Christmas contest? I mean, if I do both, you don't have to do that. You can just pick the word bank. That's kind of why that's very appealing to me. I honestly, like, I really am liking the idea of offering both options, and so, like, yeah, you don't have to. If I offer both, you can just do the word bank and not bother with the songs. Not seeing much lag. No, okay, so it seems like it's on Aerith's end. I write whatever I write and try my best in the moments, and whatever happens, happens. Oh, fair. Alrighty, Roo. Is there anybody who'd like me to raid? Anybody doing anything Halloweeny and or writing, but more importantly, both that I could raid? Yeah, very, very fair. I mean, I can look in the reading and writing tag. Nobody that Death's Head can see. Yes, we should totally do that. That is a really good point. Can you guys, like, look at the writing and reading tab and just, like, click on the different people who are streaming and see if they're in English and what they're doing, because I can't even tell looking at them what they're even doing. I will also look up Halloween to see if people are doing. I'm not sure if people are doing much there. So yeah, scout out folks in the writing and reading tab. Tell me who looks most interesting and is in English.
Oh, kitty. You are cute.
Yeah, I didn't actually answer before. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about the back of reading, so I'll do that in a second. I think as long as your song has like Winter Wonderland vibes, because I don't want to, especially because like some people don't celebrate Christmas or maybe don't like Christmas. I want to make sure that it's like Christmas and winter. I like Christmas, and so if you want to go Christmas, I really like that. But I don't want to make it that people are forced to write Christmassy things. I want to allow people to write winter things. And so, like, that's interesting regarding the word bank, because I probably will have Christmassy things in the word bank, and it could be the kind of thing where it's like, if you don't want to write a Christmas story, you can't have those words. Like, the words, I don't know if it'll be a contest, probably not, but you would not get the points from those words. Anyways, so if you have a song that it's like, this song is very wintry, I think that should work fine. Yeah, that is the first verse of Good King Wenceslas. I still don't get why it's a cheat. Join us or else. Distant Mariah Carey noises. Amazing. But yeah, so if you are not here, if you did not get your story read here on the stream, you are not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They usually happen at 5 p.m. Central Time on Sundays. Things are I guess the things are still true. You can submit your Halloween story to read it to everyone. You can request someone else read it. You can just lurk. You can be there to support other people's stories. Whatever it is, it's a great time. A lot more back and forth discussion and voice. Definitely worth joining. She's thawing, yes. Yes, so those who weren't around in the stream, we have backup readings on Sundays. Yep. Alright, well, I don't see people talking about the reading and writing stream, so I guess I need to take a look at them. This person just seems to be just hanging and writing. Maybe there's not really any talking. What about this person? Same thing. Yeah, so everybody's just kind of hanging and writing silently. Oh, okay. Well, if you have somebody in particular that you want me to do, I can do them. Or is this somebody that you know, or just like a random person you were looking at? I mean, if they're talking, that's better than the other ones that aren't talking. Very fair. Just a rando in the category, gotcha. Well, we can try it. See what you guys think of this person. Alrighty-roo. Well, I will see you all next time. Thank you all for a lovely time in the contest at large and in the stream for the contest. Thank you guys for showing up as well to listen to the stories and everything. So, yeah, been a fun time. We learned a lot. I am looking forward to the Christmas event and what you all come up with. Bye-bye.